stress back there, and then the weight of it, also maybe some jamming in there. I don't know. So I
Yeah,
was just like more walking out and tearing or more jamming, bruising. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I just think, yeah. Okay, I had to turn the YouTube off there just a minute. Okay. I'm just getting so I can't multitask. Oh, now I have to listen to that phone going ding 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 ding. It don't take much to distract me these days. Okay, so we're starting the Hoof Chat Zoom meeting on May 27th, 2025, and we're talking about hoof binding and how the periopal binds the foot once the heels are trimmed out and or over trimmed, and how it makes the capsule smaller and binds the foot, and how that foot is in there under great pressure. And so then, well, I'm going to show you this foot here. Just a second here. Let me get, I guess I need to just a minute and we'll get some sharing going here on this particular foot. So we're going to look at this foot that belonged to Roberta on her horse Cheyenne, who is foundered and rotated, and that she's been working on uh, trying to fix for a while now. And see, a lot of times you don't realize, I mean, those toes, they can so distract you that you think you just have to correct them, you know? And if you disrupt the sole to wall connection in the toe, then it just destroys your whole foot because there's nothing to keep the wall to stay down, and keep growing down connected to the sole and the toe. And so then when it's growing, but instead it's just being lifted up. I'm going to explain that more today. Um, I think I did a video about that here a while back because it was when I just realized uh, the destruction that happens when the wall in the dorsal wall does not grow down and connect with the sole. And there's nothing to keep it growing down. Instead, as it grows, it just starts growing forward and lifting up. Well, you know how you get those feet where you'll have the wide growth ring in the heel and then it goes to nothing, and you can't get the dorsal wall to grow out, and you get those uh, slipper footed horses, things like that. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm talking here with Devin, and we're talking about how sometimes you see what you think is bruising in the heels. Um, and I think we need to really define heels today as well, because you got the whole barefoot world out there thinking the cartilages are the heels and that the bulbs are the heels when they're not. Uh, the heels, we're going to really define what the heel is. Now, that part is above the heel and definitely a part of the back of the foot, but that's like saying your ankle is your actual heel. Um, even our feet have different parts and stuff. So we need to really define each and every part very clearly, because it is this not understanding each individual part of the heel and the whole configuration. And see, we got this double jeopardy thing going on, where not only do we have this unit that is two parts, we have one that is constantly growing on and off the foot. And so, and not only that, but then you have the internal part of the foot itself, which is half stable, the coffin bone, to a degree. And then the back of the foot, which is all cartilage and fat. And then you have the coffin bone connected to another joint on the short pastern bone. And of course, the navicular bone's in there too. And so you have this movement that takes place in there. So you've got all these moving parts, and you've got two things that you're dealing with that have different principles and how they react and stuff like that. So what we have to do is we're having to understand in like 6D. It's not 3D, it's 6D, because you have an inner foot that does one thing and that moves and that has different functions. And then you have the capsule that is also growing on and off, and depending on what is done to the whole configuration in the back of the heels, that is where 99% of your hoof distortion comes from, is the lack of understanding of the whole back of the foot and how it is supposed to all fit together and function. And so I thought we'll just really look at the back of the foot, the whole makeup and stuff today. And we're going to use Roberta's horse as an example. Um, okay, so I'm going to go to her. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see. I got to open up Facebook, so hold on.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Anonymous member. I have no idea who you are.
In secret, you do.
Oh, I know. Let's see. Okay, so I'm clicking into Facebook here. Of course, they gotta put me through the drill of I'm not a robot. Okay. Flies. Flies are really coming out. Okay, a second. 2, 8, 5, 6. Man, flies are in the house wanting to fly into my face here. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of share with you what's going on here. Just a minute here.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about this because this is something I've noticed on some of the horses where you can see the heel buttress is wrapped around and is growing into the frog.
Yeah.
And then just above that section of the heel wall, up in the bulb and the hairline, there's
Mhm.
bruising. So, but I wonder if it's just the wet weather, like you said, where they're getting ready to want to almost walk out of their capsule.
Well, it's all of that. The wet weather reveals it.
Yeah.
Like like here. Okay. Okay, so I did a so the other day we were working on doing a trim on this horse because she now has her prox on. Okay. And so this is the first time she's ever used it and taken down the frog. Okay, so it's got a little bit close on this side, but horse is still alive, as you can see over here. Um, if once you start using these proxons, once you start bringing these heels down and trying to thin out this frog so that it will release, okay, you can expect that you might accidentally get a little close and give a little scrape to the corium. Do not freak out, and you have not killed the horse. Okay. Um, but you're going to have to learn to deal with these frogs, because what happens is when these feet gradually become bound, the frog corium itself is deformed and contorted and reduced and pushed forward under the foot. And then the frog grows from that position and will bind that foot right where it's at. And so you have to learn to thin down these frogs. And you, of course, you learn to do it. You learn to, now, too bad that we can't go. Do I sound sarcastic? Because I feel really sarcastic. Okay. Too bad that we can't find a, certified farrier. And don't even say certified barefoot trimmer, because that's BS right there. Because in America, okay, anybody and their dog can, it doesn't matter what they know, anything like that. You got some bells and whistles and a few bucks, you can put out a website, you can open up a school if you got a barn, stuff like that. And you don't really have to know diddly squat. In fact, this is going on all over the place. You can just go visit all these sites and you can pick and choose this, that, and the other thing that you're going to teach in your hoof school to your certified trimmers. And then you can either buy a copy machine and print it up yourself, or you can send into the internet to have a special certification paper made, or you can go down to Kinko's, remember Kinko copiers, and you can just have them print you up a certification, and you can charge some unsuspecting ignorant person that just has a desire to want to learn. You can charge them then, thousands of dollars to go to your school, to learn how to kill people's horses slowly and torture them. Okay. And so this is the hoof care industry in a nutshell. They have so many beliefs that are so false. And you even have people, oh, heck, let's name them, Phoenix Way, who now she has come out saying, oh, these people trim so bad and they do this and they do that, but she's just as bad, you know? So it reminds me, and I've always used this example about deceit. All right, how people get deceived and then they deceive others. And sometimes they don't even, most of the time they don't know. It's not like these people know that that they are incorrect on the anatomy and that what they're doing is causing tremendous suffering and they're blaming it on something else. Okay, it's like the guy that does this. Okay, and now you could say this about me too, because of course I'm warning you. Um, it's like your neighbor, you know, he lives next to you and he's out and out turned into a big thief. And so he comes and he warns you, hey, Devin, I just want to warn you, somebody's been going around the neighborhood breaking into houses when people aren't there and stealing their stuff. And you're like, wow, Joe, thank you for warning me, you know? And then as soon as you're gone for the weekend, Joe comes over and robs your house. See what I mean? Who are you going to expect the least? Okay. So you got people being robbed, and the people that are doing the robbing don't even know they're robbing you because they've already been robbed of true knowledge. The hoof care industry is is so sick with everything they believe, and this has been going on for 250 years. So now, the reason I got into this is because, oh, they just have a lily-livered fit when you trim these frogs up. See? Oh my goodness. And because they've all been taught that you got to have this big calloused hard frog and a big hard calloused toe, or, you know, any number of false things. It's like, don't trim the toe, don't trim the frog, do trim the heels. What is that about? These hoof capsules were meant to constantly grow and constantly exfoliate. See? And so if they don't do that, then if you do have hoof distortion and you let all this foot grow and you don't trim certain parts, then it's going to hold that foot right there. So, okay. So, you know, you don't have to just butcher these toes and bring them back, but you don't want to let them grow 10 feet long either. You understand what I'm saying? There is a reason why you wouldn't take these toes back on these rotated feet. And we need to explain that too, how you have to maintain that laminar wedge and that sole wall connection, because if you disrupt that, you're going to be in trouble big time. Because then the foot has nothing to keep the wall growing down straight. So yeah, the wall keeps growing, but it's not connecting to the sole. Instead, it's just it lifts up and lifts up and lifts up, and the growth, and it'll rotate clear up into the coffin bone or the coronary band. So that is what we're trying to prevent with this foot you see before you here. Now, we're going to go back, and I want you to see how bound these feet are, because this is what is causing this rotation. Because, okay, first of all, you see what the back of the foot looks like here. That, you see, that is the first thing we look at in TAC. What's going on with the cartilage? See, because we know that the cartilage ought to be, just a minute here. Let me annotate on it here. Like, what is that word? Okay. Well, where is it? There we go. Let me get a different color. Okay, so this cartilage that's down here ought to be up, at least up here, right here. And so it would come like this, like that. Minimum, see, minimum up to here. And then this hairline that wants to, you know why this, people would look at this and they go, well, that's jammed. No, it's not. The foot is bent. And so the foot is bent, see there? Like that. And then there's a bunch probably wrapped around in there too that we're going to see. And so let's see here. You know, it's not easy knowing the truth of what's really going on with these feet. Knowing, you know, I'm mortified and horrified every day when I got something going through my timeline of some hoof group somewhere, and they're all telling them, oh, those heels are too high, take those heels down, blah, 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 do this. And everything they're doing is leading to the suffering of these horses. Just like Chinese foot binding. It is exactly like Chinese foot binding, because that is exactly what is going on with these horses. You trim the heels incorrectly, lowering them incorrectly, and the capsule gets smaller and it begins to bend the whole foot and force it into the capsule. And you have all these structural and mechanical things that begin to happen when this takes place. And, you know, people look at this and they go, oh, look, the heels are too long. Well, that's not even the real heel. This is sidewall, and most likely this has not got any buttress in it, real buttress. What you're seeing right here is just the sidewall, because if this cartilage was to lift up here, okay, and this hairline was to straighten out and to go back to here, okay, then your heel would be here. See that? So what would that make this part right here? Right here. What would that make that? That would make that sidewall. See? This piece of wall should be like that. Then your heel buttress, if this thing unwrapped, see, it gets wrapped around like this, like that. Goes around like this and gets pulled in just like that. And so if this, let's say your heel buttress is actually here on this horse when it's supposed to be, now see, I wish I could take and pull that over here. Instead, it's supposed to be here.
And
See?
while we're talking about the heel buttress part, Linda,
Uh-huh.
I got to go back to work here in just a second, so I'll be listening in. But I just wanted to share this thought that I had, and since we're talking about this, I thought now would be a perfect time, real quick. Some people have asked, like, when we're taking the hooks out, like, how far can you go? People being a
Yeah.
little afraid of how much, and some people take some of it off, but they're not taking nearly enough. And so I just wanted to share the fact that when you have the heel buttress, you know how, like, it's almost just like a pointed wall, and
Yeah.
then it opens up. You got the hoof wall to the buttress and then into the bar. So
Yeah.
what I tell people and what I've been doing is that hook that grows in towards the frog that you could almost color in just the
Right
point.
here.
Yeah. Okay, that right there would technically be like the buttress, right? And then the
Yeah.
open triangular space between the hoof wall and the bar, well, inside that would be the corium of the back of your coffin bone area and the sulcorium. So you could technically take your rasp or file or nippers or whatever and cut that whole point off and go all the way in. And as long as you're not on the inside of your bar, but to your bar, you're not going to hit soul or soul corium.
Like what I did, see, I just kind of did that. Like, see there's your heel buttress. Your bar, you find out that your bar is kind of inward like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can take off
Yeah.
that whole thing
Yeah. So
with
I just
no
figured,
harm at all.
yeah. Yeah. As long as you don't go inside the bar and you're not filing.
Yeah.
Once you go to the inside of the bar, then there's the soul and then the soul corium, and you could thin out your bar first and then back off
Yeah.
your buttress all the way to your bar. And you're still safe because you're not going to hit corium until you file through your bar.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what I've been doing. So.
well, I think you're doing just right. And that's what I've been doing too. And I've been seeing the heels unbind.
Yeah, me too.
Um, and stuff. And this part will grow back.
Mm-hmm.
It will grow back. But, if you have the buttress is meant to stabilize the whole back of the foot, the buttress and the frog stay. And the frog, they stabilize the whole back of that foot. So if the foot if these heels right here, just a minute here, we'll do a different color. If this heel right here, this is where your heel should be, only it should be pointed more like that. See?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then it gets twisted in. I mean, it can literally, your foot is supposed to be this big. And when these get twisted around, your foot winds up being this big, which is what you got right here. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, another thing it does is it pulls all that in, shoves it up into the coffin joint, which pushes it forward and shoves the coffin bone. It's forcing it backwards like that. See, forcing that back while it's forcing the wall forward. So if you unbind the back of the foot, that will straighten out. See, this is not a flare. Okay. This is a forced curve in the wall due to the pressure of what's going on internally of forcing that joint forward, which is rotating and forcing the toe back. And of
Linda,
course, yeah.
can I ask a question about the heel buttress? Did you recognize during your dissections difference in the real buttress and the wall? Does it look different? Is it a kind of different looking? Can you identify the buttress? Is there a real buttress in place?
Yes, you can identify it because what you find is on the internal foot, like I got some feet right here. I was going to get my thing going here. Hold it. And you find it on the back of these feet. On
Yeah, on the internal feet, I understand. I know
yeah.
from your pictures, but on the outside, on the capsule, can you identify it on the capsule?
Well, I never thought about that. Let me look.
You know,
But
when I'm looking at them, I notice that they will be the point, and sometimes they'll wrap around in the
Yeah.
hoof. But I've noticed the horn tubules of the actual buttress almost looking like thicker and a little bit different than the
Yeah.
rest. It's not as smooth and shiny, and it's the very, very back, and it's maybe about a half of an inch worth of foot. But usually you'll find them wrapped around inside instead of
Yeah.
back where they're supposed to be. But the
Yeah.
Yeah,
horn tubules are
just
different.
wondering.
Linda, oh,
Yeah.
sorry, this is Elena. I just want to say also, I also see on the hooves that have heels and but like it's different. The horn tubules, the texture is different. I'm just looking for a picture, and
Yeah.
maybe I can share.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have to figure out how to describe what you just asked. Okay. Because I am looking at those things. And so I do see them. And what I see is what I showed just right here is that instead of the buttress being here,
Hmm.
the buttress is curled in and pointed this way.
Yeah, because I was wondering
Yeah.
if they're a little bit curled in, not too much, you don't want to file it off.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you wouldn't necessarily have to file it off. Like, look at the different, I mean, it could be here. It could be here. It could be here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, so, you can see them and stuff like that, but I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm just trying to find a way to describe it because I'm kind of not
Yeah,
doing
I
very
was
well.
just wondering if you're close to uh, unbinding, you don't want to damage them because you want to keep them.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's why I'm wondering if you can, if they look different, so that you know what to uh,
yeah.
what you don't want to remove and what you do want to remove.
Yeah, I know what you mean there. And so look up here at the cartilage. Okay, so I read the cartilages a lot combined with what I'm seeing down here. You know, if that
Hmm.
was unbinding, you know, this is going to be getting longer here too, you know.
Hmm.
And so, well, not that long, but and so let me undo this all. Just a second. Okay. Okay, so here's your normal foot, let's say. And your heel buttresses are pointed back this way. Ideally. Okay. And so what happens is as the heels get trimmed out, all right, or down, every single time when the hoof tries to stand up a little bit, it will, let's just use some different colors here. It will pull it in just a little bit, like so. Next time, a little more. That ain't quite right, but whatever. What's happening is it's taken this point here and it is literally pulling it this way. I'm not a very good drawer.
Yeah, but I understand
Okay.
the principles of binding.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I've been following you for a little bit longer.
okay. Well, I'm not trying to be patronizing or nothing. I'm
No.
just trying to even understand it more myself. Okay. So every time I re-explain it, it helps me clarify it in my brain because
Mhm.
I'm not all that wise, believe me. Or I'd have figured this out a long time ago. Okay. So, okay. So you're unbinding it and you're going to watch this buttress that's turned in this way eventually come back to here.
Mhm.
Okay. In the meanwhile, this, the whole frog got pulled up here too. Okay. So the whole frog also has to move clear back here. See there?
Yeah.
That whole foot. Well, as that happens, you're going to see that you got to keep your eye on this up here too. This cartilage, what's going on with it? Is it getting more lengthier? And you're going to start seeing more, like you can tell, look at all the wall that needs to grow in here. See, all this wall needs to come in here, but it isn't just wall growing in, it's wall unwrapping at the same time. So it's growing in and unwrapping in two different directions. That's why I said this is like Monster 6D you're trying to figure out here. So it's not only growing in from here, it's unwrapping from back here. See? So that's what we're trying to do. And as that happens, then you'll see this wall start to straighten out and not be curved like that. Because all this anatomy that's pushing that coffin joint forward, that's making it push the toe back in that direction and the wall in that direction, that's going to come, it's all going to come unwrapped and unbound and, take the pressure off the dorsal wall. As well as you're not going to have this right here. It'll straighten that out because see, everybody thinks that's just from jamming. Now you do have excess wall in here because of the shape of the foot. So of course you're going to have to, do a little bit of that. But none of this hardly is going to do any good if you're not getting the back of this foot unbound. So to me, you have to kind of control what's going on here, but the main thing is getting this foot to unwrap and unbound back here. So you're really having to pay attention to a lot of different details here as this is all going on. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm asking also because I have hopefully in the near future a conversation with a farrier which was open to discuss this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he always has been about keeping the heels high,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he doesn't quite know the principle of false heel.
Yeah.
So maybe he has heel height, he thinks, but instead of having high heels, he has a high sidewall on the back of the foot.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to know is there a difference between the outer structure of the buttress so that I can explain that to him also, that it looks different from the outside.
Yeah.
Linda,
Yeah.
sorry, it's Elena. I sent to you, actually, I found two pictures of the
Okay.
foot that the heels were not trimmed out, and it shows that it looks different, like
Okay.
visually.
Okay. Let me get oh, de-do. Let's see.
And that horse is not trimmed often, so he's a bit bound, but you clearly see different. You see the line?
Okay. So what am I looking at?
If you look at the heels, you will see like not a vertical line, go to the, yeah, you see this one. It's different from the hoof wall.
Oh yeah, they do it. They do often seem to have a different type of hoof wall in the buttress, don't they?
So I noticed this type of look in horses that are not actually like in the herds, they're not trimmed and who have this robust, strong feet. I mean,
Okay.
he is not, he has never been lame and, oh, it's another one. But, you know, he is a bit bound. I mean, his cartilages could be bigger, but, you know, the heels have not been trimmed out.
And it looks like it doesn't look like he's just got solid periopal back here, but that this is actually his frog.
And it's mid trim. So
Yeah.
I need to, it's somewhere in my phone, so I can't pull it out straight right now.
Yeah, I've always noticed that different section in the way back of the heel too.
It's
And
kind of wavy a little bit, like the
yeah,
tubules.
yeah, there's almost like a prominent line between the two where you can
Yes.
see it and then it changes all the way back to the point. And so I've always assumed in my brain that that was the true buttress, even if it is curled into the foot. And I did just send you 2 photos to Linda of a horse that I just trimmed that was severely bound, where you can actually see the heel buttress with the different texture of horn tubules wrapped around and smashing into the frog. And then I also took a picture after of what it looks like after I removed that. Because
Okay.
I've noticed some people taking the hooks out, but they're kind of doing it at a diagonal above the frog, but they're missing the part of the buttress that grows down into the frog that's pinching into the frog. And I've noticed if you get that out, it'll open up the frog better and help you start to grow a healthier frog. And then you keep trimming it and it just keeps growing.
Okay.
I sent it to you on Messenger.
Let's see here. Um,
But if you zoom in, you can see the different texture. And this is on a horse with severely contracted heels. And you could still see the difference in the tubules of the point of the buttress that's actually wrapped in. That's
Oh, yeah.
that's after I trimmed it out. And then you can actually go back and see where
Yeah.
it
And
was before.
like if we take this foot here,
Can we enlarge it? Sorry.
yeah, I'll have to
Thank you.
take an image of it here.
But it'd be good to just show what it looked like before I
Yeah,
cut the
okay, I'll do that too. I'll
um,
save both images so we can look at them.
blow them up. Sorry, I actually took those a screenshot of a video, so I didn't actually take a picture, so I tried to get the best shot I could.
Okay, so this is before, right?
Yeah, and on that left heel, if you draw it from the point down, you can see how it goes all the way into the frog and bulb, and then kind of around where that crack's at.
Okay, now did you take sole pictures of this too?
I just
Sole
took a
view?
I just took a video.
Okay,
So
because something, a video, okay. Well, all I was gonna say was that in a sole view, like if you look at this view and the sole view, then you can literally see how those buttresses curl around and point inward. And so when we're thinking about false heel, okay, we're trying to, I'm so glad you asked about this, Sandra, because anything you ask about and I start to go, means uh this is something we have to think about and define more, because again, we're seeing this is a 3D object, 6D, you got all this different stuff going on. So, okay, so when I look at a side view, I'm I'm seeing, just a minute here. I'm seeing right about to here. I'm seeing that as heel and a side view. Okay. So, but on this foot, because I'm seeing this as a side view, you're all go so obviously going to see a very bound foot, which you can tell this foot is bound. Okay, so the heel buttress that should be from the side right about here, not curled in, or let me do that different there. Not curled in like that. Okay, the heel buttress is right here. And we have not been really realizing it because first of all, we'll look at the side view. The side view to us shows the heel buttress here. And when we look at the sole view, we're going to see that sole view. Let's see. Okay, so it's like this. There's your bar. Okay, we're seeing the heel here because of where we're seeing the sole. Okay, and when we look at the side of the foot, we're seeing the heel here. But the real heel is right here. The real heel has been wrapped around and then it's all covered over with periopal and everything like that. And so, you know, there's these different things that we're looking at to find the real heel. And I did not realize that it's like, so like if you follow this, that heel buttress is right here.
All the way down, yeah.
Yeah, right
And-
there, pointed inward.
And see how they're kind of slanted?
Yeah,
I've taken off his heels before one time, so that just proves that they do grow back in because now they're like still coming out inside the foot. So I'm still working on trying to get everything back and opening up those heels.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
but it
Same-
does show the after, so you could see where like I rasp straight up and down and cut that frog out so I can get down in there and try to remove the part of the buttress that's actually jamming into my frog.
Yeah. Just a
And
minute,
then
I'll
I
save-
did send a soul view picture of that foot.
Oh, okay, good. So we have to look at both the sole view and this view and the side view and the cartilage. I mean, because you know, see why it's not just say, well, just look at this.
Yeah.
You know,
and what's your experience? Because you say the buttress forms the hook essentially, right?
yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, and
if you file it off,
mhm.
would it be would the hoof become more unstable? And of course, in first instance, you want that because you want to destabilize so it can open up. But is maybe Devon has experience with it? Does it fill in fast
Well,
enough?
I mean,
The buttress?
honestly, I learned this technique from Linda, and we've both been kind of starting at about the same time. And I think we could
Okay.
both agree that there's been positive results from this because you don't want them buttresses wrapped into the hoof and stabilized there. And the only way, I mean, you could do everything you want with the hoof, but if you've got heels growing into your frog and bound, the
Mhm.
only way to get them to move and change is to remove the distortion to grow the correct hoof wall
Yeah,
in my experience. So.
just wondering if you go the slower route without removing the buttress, but just doing the bars and the frog and everything, and soaking, and that way widening the foot up.
I mean,
Or
I've been trimming this horse since November, but I've
okay.
only removed the buttresses a couple times and I've been trying. He's very bound and I haven't actually noticed any positive results in unbinding the back. And even though he looks super bad, he was very compressed. Like you can kind of see a gap between that cleft before they were pressed together. So I would definitely say that removing the hook is what has kind of helped release the frog and the internal frog that's been, you know, so ingrown that it couldn't even, you know. So once I remove those hooks, then the heel could move. And then I think once you get the heel movement and then the frog starting to want to feel in
Move
and the
back. Yeah.
everything being able to come out, then the back of the hoof has started to open. I think I explained that right. But definitely, I mean, I learned this technique from Linda, so I would ask her.
And
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's better to go the slow route or just remove the hook and destabilize the foot, but would it collapse?
I've never noticed it collapse, but I would
Okay.
say, like, I mean, if you're just getting into this, the slow route's going to make you more comfortable. But for me, I mean, I've been trimming horses for a long time. I
Mm-hmm.
know the structures and stuff. So I can pick up a horse and remove all the distortion in one trim, and I get much faster results. But I would never tell somebody who's just getting into this to go hack on their horse's feet, because if you don't know what you're doing, enough, little bits at a time, you're going to learn as
Mm-hmm.
you go.
Yeah.
But, if you don't know what you're doing, I'm not going to tell you to go in and just remove everything all at once.
Oh,
And
okay.
you
Thank
didn't
you.
remove that much.
No,
See,
I
like
really didn't.
you didn't even remove as much as I might have, because see, this is the way I'm looking at it. And again, all of this is experimental.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
butch my own horses. I have to be careful when I have clients' horses.
Yeah.
you know?
So let me get these two pictures up here to kind of see.
But you could see how I kept it even with my bar. So I'm like, because, on my horse, I dug out too much a little bit and just barely, nicked the sole. He bled just a teeny bit. It didn't kill him. He's totally fine. But I don't want to do that at a client's because, once people see, oh, you made my horse bleed, I don't want anybody to be like, you know what I mean? Even if the horse is even more sound afterwards, if it bled, sometimes people can't handle that. So, but I've just find if I thin out the bars and then back up that buttress to the line of the bar, then I know I'm not going to hit any internal structures to make it bleed. But definitely that sidewall and where your sole and bar and everything is at is where there's more strength. So I don't think that little hook that can curl in or straighten out is going to collapse the hoof. I have not noticed hoofs collapse from that.
Yeah, and what my logic on it is this. This is not really the part that's bearing the weight per se. Okay?
Yeah.
That if your foot, let's see, let me explain kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, if your foot, let's say, okay, so this curls around like this. Okay, now the side of your foot goes from up here to right here. This is actually the back from the side. What looks like, when we look at the side, this looks like the heel because we don't see this part that's curled around. So as long as this piece here is at the same kind of level as what we see on the side right here. Okay, if I take off some of this here, it's not going to change the base of support that much.
Mm-hmm.
What it will do is, because these are so curled in, it's going to kind of help this be a little wider in here. Now you've already taken some off of this. Okay. But these hooks, this heavy piece of heel buttress, okay, I see once these heels are curled in, I think it's going to be really hard to get them to uncurl when you got this big, huge triangular chunk of wall that's curved clear into here.
Mm-hmm.
See? So that's the logic behind why I did it. When I was looking at it and I thought about doing it the first time after I realized where those heel buttresses were and didn't even know that, and my heels were a lot wider, but they were still curled in. Okay. Then I thought, well, maybe because when I look at the side view of the foot, this view here, I'm looking at this piece right here as the back of the base of support. But,
Mm-hmm.
you've got this right here that's curled in behind. So I just thought, well, taking all of these things into account, consideration, maybe I can trim some of this off here to just get rid of the heavy, hard part of the buttress to give, and from the horse stepping, and when they push down on this frog here, okay, from the horse stepping, then it's each time they step, it pushes these heels out. See? And so from the horse stepping and then removing temporarily that buttress, that he's going to push his heels apart. At the same time, I was telling Devin earlier, I'll really trim down those frogs, and I will take a scalpel and put a narrow, thin, shallow cut in the frog that I cannot get to, so that when that horse steps down, that frog will still open up, because this frog is solid. Okay. And when these bulbs are so close together like this, you can't get in there very deep, but there's still a big, heavy chunk of frog stay in there. And so if I take, and I can feel it with my scalpel, how deep I'm getting, because that frog is hard. So I will put a narrow cut in the frog stay, not deep enough to go into the corium, but deep enough so that when that horse steps down, this thing will kind of split apart a little bit. And so what I have noticed is that just doing that also helps this frog get wider and start to move back. See, you've got to do something to the back of this foot to destabilize it, while at the same time allowing the horse enough stability that he's comfortable. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And after I
Okay.
trimmed him, he was more comfortable. I just want to throw that out there. He was
Oh,
not
I
sore.
believe it. It's like what we're dealing with here. It's like an ingrown toenail. Toenails that are curled in, just like on a human. This is just a toe, after all. It's just a single digit. And so this is basically an ingrown toenail, just like a human would get, where their toenails really curl around. Well, how do they get rid of that? They got to cut them curls off and do different things. So it it's a lot of different little things, but it would be great. It's great to talk about this and to think about this because of exactly what you're talking about, Sandra. We have to be able to get to the place where we can semi explain it to these farriers to try and get them on board with what we're trying to do. And so if we can't, well, like I always say, if you can't explain it simply, you simply don't know it enough. But I'm telling you, the foot is not a simple thing. It is and it isn't. Because again, it's in 6D. It takes some brain stretching on these things, you know. Um,
Yeah, I think the most difficult thing is that the various um, encounter all kinds of people, of course, and everyone has something to say, and everyone has seen something on the internet with this must be done or that must be done. So
yeah,
I think they're when you approach them, they most of them have an opinion like, oh, here comes another one who has an
yeah,
opinion on hoofs.
yeah, but I
And
can't blame them at all.
no, and but they are the last one. I try to start a conversation.
Hmm.
He does the mare, which I'm training now,
Hmm.
and she has this horrible feet, even close to mechanical laminitis trim.
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah, but no, he has done so many courses and he knows all the latest information.
yeah,
So no, he's not open. But
yeah.
luckily, I found one who is willing to talk about it. So I hope I can get him to see and listen to what I have to. I downloaded a lot of pictures from the site, and I hope I can explain and something will get the ball rolling.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, well, I'll do my best to try and figure it out better so it's easier to explain with more demonstrations, and more pictures
Y-
and things like that. Um, what I'd
Yeah.
really like to do is eventually uh, get an animated thing to show how it happens, you know, to show how these
hmm
heels curl in, and to make it simple enough to where they can see it in their head. So because you kind of got to deprogram them. You
Yeah.
have to unindoctrinate them.
I think if you have a good video editor, which is familiar maybe with AI, I think
Yeah,
it's very easy to make a video of it. But yeah, you have to know someone who can do it.
yeah. I'm working on that right
Okay,
now.
I hope that
Trying
you make
trying
it.
to trying to find somebody, that would be
hmm
able to do that. Um yeah, with AI it ought to be easier now. But have you seen the hooves that AI produces?
Probably the same kind which the drawings in anatomy books, right?
Oh, well, and half of them half of them are cloven. You ask AI to do a horse's hoof and you get a cloven hoof on a
Oh,
horse.
really?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty bad.
Yeah, AI is eventually as stupid as you teach it
Yeah.
or
Well,
program it.
who's that guy? Kurt Gödel. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Okay, well, Kurt Gödel proved that computers would never think on their own, because no matter what, you got to have some human program them, and they can only go as far as whatever information they already have.
Yeah,
You know.
AI is what I understand a little bit different in the sense that it is self-learning,
Hmm.
and if you ask it more questions, it will come up with better answers if you push it.
Yeah, but
But it stays a little bit wonky sometimes.
yeah, but it cannot think outside of what's in it. It can search the internet just like we do,
Yeah.
better,
hmm
come up with more stuff, but it's still going to wind up lying to you, thinking that it's telling the truth
Yeah, and
because.
that's why I say if you press it for more better questions, I'm not good at it myself, but what I understand from other people, if you ask it better or direct questions or come with a argument against what it says,
Hmm.
then it probably will come up with a better answer.
Huh, okay. Well, we'll see what
But
it comes up
for
with about feet.
but
this
that's
this
for
will be
another
the
day.
true test right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
We'll see if AI can figure out the foot, because the psychics haven't yet, you know, and stuff. The animal communicators haven't yet. Obviously the horse is keeping what we're doing to their feet a secret, because the animal communicators have missed it all,
yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
So nothing wrong with your religion or whatever, but I believe in God. I believe in all the miracles of Jesus, but he hasn't. I haven't got no revelation from God about feet. You
Well,
know.
you're
No,
closer than anybody else, I
yeah.
would say.
I think you have done a marvelous job, and you have plenty of photos to prove it, and plenty of videos to prove it,
Yeah.
and plenty of people giving testimonies. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's great. See, we're all proving it together. Okay, so this knowledge comes from, I hate being lied to. Okay,
hmm
I am obsessive compulsive truth, right? Like this poor guy I married, right? Okay, that guy's never been able to tell me a lie. He gets caught every freaking time. All right. So I hate lies. I want to know the truth, because there's consequences, right? And so this contradiction that I could just do this, that, and the other, and my horse would have wild horse feet. All right. And then my horse is broke. My horse is like my family, right? So it's the woman part of me, the fixer. See, the obsessive fixer that, okay, this is damaged, that I've got to heal it, I got to fix it. See, so this combination of hating, lying, seeing contradictions, danger, Will Robinson, you know, it's the woman, just the womanly nature to want to fix your family. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
taken
why,
care of.
yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we're all here together.
hmm
See,
Yeah, and I think it's especially the dogmas. You see in the medical world the same thing.
yep,
Yeah.
There are, of course, doctors who are open, but it seems the more people have studied, in air quotes,
hmm
the more dogmas they have,
yeah,
and it's harder to get through those dogmas.
yep,
Yeah. If it's written in the book of the, the
Yeah,
higher up people, that's the way.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
academics.
yeah, the
yeah.
academics.
So I wonder if you make a video, if that's gonna get them.
Yeah,
I don't know,
I don't know
but you
either.
have to try.
And then you wonder too, sometimes that people get to a place where they don't care. It just as long as they're right. They don't want to be made to look wrong. Because look at it.
Ego. Yeah.
Yeah, if they've been doing this and killing these horses for 2.5 centuries now,
hmm
first of all, do you think the vet schools are going to want to ever admit that we were wrong for 250 years?
Yeah, and spend the time changing all the education that they've, already made into it.
Yeah.
So, I got
Yeah.
to get back to work. So I'll just
Okay.
be chiming in and listening to you guys talk. But I did send that soul view if you wanted to show her the top view of the heels curling in. And
Thank you, Devin.
you're
Okay.
welcome. I'm
Great.
probably
We'll
going to
look
get
at
super
that.
busy, so I probably won't chime back in, but I'll be listening. Thank you so much, Linda.
Okay, Derek. Thank
If it
you.
wasn't for your education, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. So I do what I do because of you. So thank you so much again.
Well, I do what I do because of all you guys
Yay.
and trying to fix my horse. So see, it takes a village. Oh
Yeah.
God, I don't want to quote that.
Well, have a good day, ladies.
Okay.
Bye.
It takes all of us ultimately, because like if I find something that somebody else tries it, it works, or maybe it doesn't work, or this again is research. We don't have all the answers. We've got a lot more than a lot of people, you know, but we're still weeding out error, dogmas that we've been taught. Boy, that is really the thing too, because I was thoroughly indogmated, okay, indognated into farriery and barefoot trimming. So there you go. So trying to come out of all those beliefs, you know, and I remember thinking when I was trying to fix my horse, I'd wake up in the morning thinking that same thing, which everybody's heard about, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Like, no kidding. I was thinking like every morning I was thinking, because I was obsessed with trying to fix my poor horse from the barefoot trimming, which I didn't even know that I didn't know what was going on. But anyway, let's look at a soul view.
Hi, Linda. It's Leah from Spain.
Hi, we have not heard from you in a while.
Yes, I've had lots of problems at home and I couldn't connect, but I've been listening to the video chats when I can. I just wanted to I'm here right now at the barn with my horse, with my mare, and
Okay.
I just uncurled, rasped the curl of one of her front hooves, and I sent you a picture because it's
Okay.
a completely different shape to the one that you're showing now. And I would like to know if maybe I should rasp a little bit more. What do you think? Because that's the one that we've discussed in other hoof chats, and I've done everything, but that curl has always been there. And I
Yeah.
said, I'm going to get rid of it and see.
Okay.
So I've done it
Okay.
now, and because I'm here, maybe if you think I should do a little bit more, well, I'd like your opinion on that. That would be great.
Okay.
So I sent it to you in the chat in Facebook, what it was like
Okay.
before and what it's like now.
Okay, we will look at that.
And it's a completely different shape to this one, because this is like contracted heels. The other one is mine is open at the back, but it's
Okay.
very curled in. It was very curled in. So just to see a difference, you know.
Okay. Okay. So this is the one you just rasped the curls
Yes.
off of?
Yes.
Okay.
And the
Okay.
lateral side was really curled in.
Okay. Let's look at it here.
See, at the bottom is what it was like before, and at the top
Okay.
is now.
Do you
So,
have a sole view of this one?
yes, wait a minute, I'll send it to
Okay.
you. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can see. Yeah, and the bar is pushed out and stuff.
Yeah, and that I can never get. I'll send you a lateral view. I can never get that heel to stand up. So this was what it's like. Lateral side, and see, I do the notch, but that the lateral heel is impossible to get up. So I think maybe it's because it's curled in, and it just can't stand up.
Yeah, it can't.
And it's been like that for months and on years.
Yeah.
And I think, well, I'm going to try this, but I've tried it today, so I can't see what it will look
Okay.
like in a week's time. But I wanted to know if I should rasp a little bit more on the medial side too, because it was curling on the medial side.
And you can see, like, when we first started this, Elena was talking about how you see the different type of wall in the heel buttress. You can kind of see that here, a different kind of wall texture.
Could you blow that up a little bit more, Linda?
Yeah, I'll save the image here. Let's see, new share.
I tried trimming down what we talked about a long time ago in another hoof chat about trimming down the bars so that to help the hoof expand at the back, and that helped, but that curl was still there, and the heel was still lying down, and I didn't know what to do, so I decided today I'm going to take the curl out.
Okay. Now, one thing I see is that, well, first of all, I see there's been movement in this foot already because of the brown.
Yes.
See how it's turned brown? So at some point, did you trim
Yes.
the frog and the bars not too long ago?
Yes, that was about a week after I trimmed the hoof. And then today is that's not today. That is the before that was I don't want to see that 2 weeks ago. That was last Saturday. That wasn't that long ago. Well, yeah, it was Saturday and now today.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this is something you'll see happen. This is a pattern I see all the time, is that so the foot is bound, and then when you thin stuff out, it will turn brown.
Yes.
Because that foot pulled away from the current position of the capsule. But it just pulled enough, and now it will stabilize, and then the frog and bar and wall and blah blah will will grow from that position and heal, and then you destabilize it again, it'll turn brown again. Pretty soon it's not turning brown anymore because the foot has moved into a place, like my foot does not turn all those different colors like it used to.
Yes.
Because as it has gotten more towards the place where it's supposed to be. But everything starts growing better. Frog starts growing better, wall starts growing better as the foot unbinds. So Sandra, do you see that there's just a little different kind of texture here in that wall and heel, although that may be periopal too. People need to know this too, that the periopal is made out of tubules. So a lot of times the horn tubules you're seeing could be periopal tubules. They show up more when the foot is compromised.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent you pictures when I just trimmed it. So this is last Saturday, and I just sent you the pictures of when I trimmed it before that, just after the trim, so that you can see how I trimmed the frog, how I trimmed the bars, how I trimmed everything, and what it looked like. And this is what it looked like on Saturday and today.
Oh yeah, well I can see you did good.
That was on the 9th. On the 9th of May, that's when I trimmed. And then the next photo, the one that you have now on screen, that one was on Saturday. So I don't know what was 2 weeks.
So the one we just looked at, that's the result from this trim.
Yes, that's the trim. That's the first trim that I did. And I did rasp a bit the medial heel a little bit, but I left the lateral heel alone. And then I thought that one's the one that's actually curled in, because you can see the curl, the lateral side. No, the one on the that's the medial. On the lateral, see how it's curled in like that? So I decided to rasp that, but I don't know.
Well, it's curled in, but it's also pulled out, pushed out word.
Yes.
And stuff. Because we've talked about that before too, the bulbs, how the bulbs get wide. Now, the one thing that I would keep doing on this foot here is just a minute here. Let me annotate, is cleaning this out here.
Yes.
All of this here. See, because the way that's pulled out, and you're doing good here. Anything that you can thin down right here without making it bleed is good, since what happens is the whole frog and the bulb and everything gets pulled over this way. So this one, it is really curled in there.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So see now, and like on here, what you'd want to do is come in here a little more and get a little more of that off.
Yeah, if you can see that the frog is like pink, a little pink.
Yeah, right here.
I couldn't go further than that.
No, you wouldn't want to go further into here.
No.
But on this point right here,
yes.
Okay, there's nothing under there. Okay, and that piece of frog will hold your whole frog forward. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. No, I already trimmed that really a lot. And I didn't think I could get further than what I've done, but anyway, you can see it.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, because you see the pink. So you're seeing here what I've been saying, the different colors of the frog, how the frog, like the translucent. So we get a window into the foot right there.
Yes.
Okay, there's no blood or nothing. This is the innermost layer of the frog that is growing from the frogorium, and it starts out almost clear. See, and then where you see it get a little whiter, little darker, that's the next layer.
Yes.
And then it gets darker as the layers grow. So we can look in here. Okay, and look how dark it is.
Yes, I trimmed as much as I could out of there.
Yeah.
You can see the bulbs on the sides, they're pink too. So I wanted to get that hoof moving. But
Yep.
as you can see in the next picture, the one that I sent you from Saturday, it
Okay.
hardly moved after all that trimming, you know. So I decided that maybe the problem is the heels that are curled in. So I'm going to say I'm going to try that.
That and have you heard me talk about how I will take a scalp if I can't get in here?
A
I will
scalpel, yeah.
take and just make, because you can feel it, you know, you're going, you know, you want to be careful because you don't want to cut into frog corium, okay? But if you can just make a slit right in here, that starts to make a difference, you know, because as the horse is walking and pressing down. And another thing is too, I'm going to tell people, you do not have to remove a lot of periopal on the bulb part right here necessarily. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway,
so
yeah.
could we go back to the picture of today just to see what it looks like just now, so if I have to modify something, because that was when I first trimmed her, but the one that's today is what I've got right now in my hands.
Okay. Just a second here. Today.
But it's really been very difficult for me, for that hoof to change, for that foot to change. So I think that it has improved a lot, but it's still not good, and it's been years already.
Now,
So
I do well. Just a second here. Is this today?
No, that's Saturday. Today is the next one.
That's
that
today.
One. Yes, that's today. So you see, I already thinned out the bar like you said.
Yeah.
I thinned that out, and I tried to remove a bit of the frog on the latch on the sides.
Okay. Is this heel higher than this one?
No, you can see in the picture before where you have the view from the back. See, they're the same length. So maybe I should rasp them a bit more, or is that okay?
No, I don't think so. I think you're good. You can definitely see how this bulb is pulled forward.
Yes, because that heel is laying down, and the other one is upright.
Okay.
And when you look at the lateral view, you can see that the heel, the hoof is that the tubules are practically horizontal instead of vertical.
Let's see. This is today.
Yes.
And that's
Saturday.
That's last week. Or Saturday.
Yeah,
do you
Saturday.
Have one of before when you trimmed, looking down at the heels, so I can
before I trimmed, so before the 9th? I don't know if I have them.
Okay. Or even from when you trimmed.
Yes, from when I trimmed, yes. I'll send it. Let me see. I sent it to you. Yes, you have it. You have the lateral view and then the back part. That's when I trimmed. There.
Right here. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Well, this is interesting. Look here. Just a minute. Let's enlarge that. Share. Look at that frog between the bulbs.
See, I tried to trim as much as I could.
I know. See, is there any way you might be able to get a prox on?
Well, I'm gonna have to buy one. Yeah.
Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I'll try and see, because I've been wanting to, but I have something very similar, like similar to a Dremel, but it's not a good make. So when I used it, the thing started flying out, so it didn't work.
Oh, okay. Okay, because see, this is gonna make all the difference in here. Combined with other stuff, this makes all the difference, because Bracy Clark, before he named it the frog stay,
Yes.
he called it the frog bolt.
Yes.
Okay, so that's like you have a bolt right there,
Mm-hmm.
holding your bulbs down and under. And that is
Mhm.
frog. That I'm pretty sure that is not perio. See, that is frog. And so that will bolt these bulbs right there.
Oh, okay. So I should get try and trim that out. Let me see.
Yeah, even if you were to see what I mean, how you can take a scalpel and you
Yes.
can put a cut in that. I need to find, let me show you, because see, I'm doing this all the time now. And like with Roberta, who we started with, and her horse, she just got a Proxon. And
Yes.
so now she's been able to get more in that area. But you can still only get so far. And so wanting these bulbs to widen up, wanting stuff to move, the frog to move, that's why I say if you can take a scalpel and just make a cut all the way through that, say about so deep, you
Yes.
know.
Not right down to the
Yeah,
eye. Not down to the hairline.
no, as pretty much as deep as you can go without cutting into the foot.
Yes.
I mean, when you feel it, when you're cutting, you can feel it,
Yeah.
and stuff. So, you could go pretty good on there. But this is what happens when you do it. Then the horse walks, and then that it just starts stuff moving, and of course I learned a hard way too. You don't want to take all of that out because your heels can contract. So you want to just make a cut and let the horse moving. Every time he presses down, the heels spread apart a little bit. So it's
Mm-hmm.
pushing that frog apart where it can't. It can't if that's solid.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, I did a deal where okay, so I had one of Holly's horse's feet, and she had contracted heels, and I did a video where I went ahead and took the capsule off, and then I took and I cut straight through in the capsule. I just cut straight through the center of the frog to
Yeah.
show then how you could push the heels apart.
Yes.
So that's why we take these frogs down, and why we eventually have to get some separation in here. Yet you don't want total separation, because it's also keeping the heels from contracting if you got some pretty thick frog in there.
Yes.
So you leave it and then you just make a slice, and
Yes.
that way the excess frog is keeping your heels from contracting, while the slice is allowing for expansion.
Mm-hmm.
And then the frog is growing, and so the frog grows in wider.
Yes. Yes. I understand. Okay, great. Well, then I'll do that.
Okay.
Linda,
Yeah.
this is Devin. I've just been listening in, so I just happened to look at the hoof and I've been listening to the conversation. And I just wanted to throw in a couple things that I have
Okay.
found that seems to work really good with these like torqued capsules, basically. So like from what I'm seeing with this hoof is if you're looking at the frog, the frog on the right side is thicker and kind of built up on that heel. So if you really, really focus on cutting that out all the way through the lateral groove, it'll help because that frog is built up pushing that heel out on the right side.
Yes.
So like try to clean the right side like you have the left side as far as where the lateral groove is.
Mm-hmm.
And then that heel bulb's pulled down, so make sure you're not filing that heel shorter to try to make them even. If it's higher, just leave it higher. It'll help push that heel back up.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
from the sole view, instead of focusing on thinning out your toe, the wall of your toe, try to focus on leaving the wall of your toe thick. You could still lower it, but don't bring it back. But be more focused on bringing back, if not even notching out the quarters on both sides, because one side will look lower. So you'll want to leave that hoof wall to try to leave balance. But what it does is it starts to flare and pull out and will further bring your heel down. So you actually want to cut that out on both sides because you have one stood up quarter and then you have one flared out pulling quarter, and the whole horn tubules and everything are going to twist. So you
Yeah.
actually want to leave heel and toe, leave whatever heel's higher to help push that bulb up, which will bring the capsule back on that side, and then notching out the quarters on both sides. Even though you have one side that seems higher than the other's flared. And what that's going to do is straighten out the capsule on the bent, more upright side, and it'll also help straighten out the hoof wall on the flared lower side and bring that in, and it'll straighten out your capsule and
Yeah. Yeah.
allow that, and of course take out more frog too, because even though the frogs look pretty low, you definitely have some compressed like smashed in frog to the sole
Yeah.
on that side, and all that's pushing that side out.
Yes. 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 I did do the notch on both sides, on the medial and the lateral side, but it is true that it's torqued and it doesn't straighten up. And
Well, if you look from the sole view though, make sure you're bringing that notch all the way forward the toe quarter,
at the top
because
corner, yes.
because it's the toe quarter that's just, those quarters are going to hold the front wherever they're at, and you can cut off everything else, and they, if you don't remove that quarter, it'll just hold it in place. So, and that's all I'm saying, the toe was a little bit thinned out and the quarters were a little thicker, and the one side that looked like, even though the heel was higher, the wall almost looked shorter and kind of flared out. You still see the separation in the white line. So you would still want to come up that toe quarter on both sides really and kind of give a notch, because on your high side, which would be the left in this picture, you can see sometimes more of what looks like a jamming, but is actually more of like, even a bent capsule. And then the flared side, which looks shorter, there's separation in the capsule. So you could actually, from forward your buttress all the way up to the tip of your toe quarter, which it almost looks like you have a black line where the hoof wall is wanting to break. So you can come up to that point on both sides and then leave a thick toe quarter. And what we've even found too is leaving the toe like thicker and more dominant the front of your hoof, and then heel will actually give the leverage to also help push your heels back. And the whole thing will kind of straighten out together. I've really straightened out some pretty torqued, deformed capsules just by doing that. So
Well, that's great. Linda, do you think you could draw that on the sole view so that I can see it visually on the sole view, what Devon just said? She said to do the notch until the quarter. So that would be all like where I have that black line on the black on the white line, let's say, to
So
notch.
kind of like almost like what you did on Valor. Maybe not, maybe it doesn't have to be as like exaggerated of a notch. I mean, I guess you could say more of like a bevel, but beveling it into the white line. But see how up to the separated part. So if you were to run from forward the buttress up to the very front of the
Veneer.
toe quarter.
Have I got the right page on?
So
Yeah,
bevel
yeah,
it to the white line, you mean?
yeah,
Okay.
but up through the toe
Um,
quarter.
Another thing you can do is you can hold on. Let me see something here. So Devin, you're wanting her to do a notch on both sides, a bigger notch. Is that what you're saying?
Either a notch or just a bevel. Basically, the hoof wall
Okay.
on both sides of the quarter and toe quarter needs to be relieved.
Yeah.
And so, and even in the toe quarters, you can see where she's left the hoof wall thicker, which a lot of people will do that because they want to keep the horse sound for breakover, but actually leaving the hoof wall and the toe thick will leave them plenty of protection. And you can thin out those toe quarters. And a lot of times they'll be more comfortable because you're relieving, you know, whether you want to call it jamming or whatever, that area the toes should dominate the front of the hoof is what I guess what I'm saying. So if your pillars or pillars, toe quarters, whatever, I just kind of said pillars so that people kind of, so I'm not talking about the quarter, I'm talking about the toe quarter. But if those are dominating the front of your hoof and they're distorted, if you don't relieve them to where the toe now dominates, they won't move. You'll never be able to straighten out that capsule. So just even if you just did a bevel to the white line, so
Yeah.
like maybe not right now because you kind of thinned out the wall in the toe quarter, but give her like a week or so of growth.
Well, no, this trim was on the 9th of May. What I have now is different. So I could do
Okay,
it
so you
now.
might have enough hoof wall to then just leave the
Yeah.
toe. Like you could bring it down, rasp it all flat, but then bevel off and knock off the hoof wall, the weight bearing hoof wall all the way up the toe quarters, and you can bring it into the white line to where like when they're standing on the side you could stick something up underneath the hoof wall and there's no weight bearing all the way
Yeah.
from forward your heel all the way through the toe quarter to where you just have toe and heel as your weight bearing, and that's going to also, that toe is going to help pull forward, you know, and keep everything forward and help straighten things out. It just it allows it to move better. I guess you can say. I don't know. I found a lot of it success with that, whether the hoof's toeing out or in or whichever way the hoof is distorted or one side higher or lower. I've noticed just really scooping out that whole quarter and toe quarter and just leaving heel and toe, and everything's really straightened out. So.
Look, see, Devon, this is the hoof today. That's what it looks like now.
Okay, yeah. See, and your right quarter is separating. And
Yes.
so that definitely, I would go all the way to the white line, leaving the toe.
Yes.
So, and then your inside quarter is high. So you're going to have to rest that side down so that it's balanced. You know what I mean? So you'd want to balance and flatten your whole toe and then bevel. Like even if you wanted to leave more for the horse to stand on, you know, even in the back, you can leave just like a little bit more hoof wall forward the buttress a little bit. You wouldn't have to bring it back as far. But right now, those toe quarters really need to be knocked off so that you have toe. And a lot of times horses like this, they're going to turn in towards the high side. So sometimes they don't even land, you know, heel and then break over at the toe or flat or at the toe. They'll land like off to one side or the inside or the other. And trimming them this way will also make it to where they're more comfortable landing heel first or flat and breaking over at the toe. And so it'll help kind of straighten out without forcing. Like you're not forcing the horse to do anything against what it can do. So you're not going to like increase pain, right? But you are removing what's forcing them to walk wonky, if that makes any sense.
Like,
Oh.
okay, let me see if I can demonstrate on here kind of what you're talking about, okay?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be great.
Okay. Okay. It might take me a second. Let's see. Okay, so Devon's talking about how the horse is walking wonky, meaning look where she's breaking over here. Oh,
Yes.
let me get
Yeah, because the capsule is torqued.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twisted
second
to the
here.
inside. So
Yeah, so see where she's breaking over?
yes.
So instead of, so that means you're gonna have to take this, you are gonna have to take this heel down just a bit over here. See, because if this side's higher, she's gonna break over that way. If this side was higher, she'd be wearing her hoof over here. See? But
And
we
from the
want her,
heel view sighted down, it might look opposite of that. But if you keep
Yeah.
trimming out the one heel, you're going to keep pulling that heel ball down and you're going to further that issue. So
Yeah.
just leave that heel alone. You need height there to help shove that heel ball back up where it needs to be.
yeah, this side, when you look down at the heels,
Yes.
because the bulb has been pulled over and down, the side will look higher. But in reality, in reality, it's not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wearing like that. See what I mean? If
Yes.
the heels were truly even and the same, then this wear spot would be right here. See what I mean?
And when she's standing weight bearing, that other heel ball will probably push up some. And then from behind, they'll probably look more even. So,
Yeah. And so what we have been doing, okay, is lowering these heels just a little bit, like let this heel grow.
Yes, that one I won't touch.
Yeah, don't touch it at all. Let it grow, grow, grow. And then, but you're going to have to take this down just a hair, all this side here,
Yes.
a little bit.
But still
And-
gut out your bar.
and-
Don't, but still trim the bar.
Yeah, including the toe here. Because if you look at the heel view looking down and you can see the sole and the toe, you'll see this side is higher. And if we were to draw this straight down here, and let me move this. Okay, and you see well, I mean, this side is pushed out, of course. That's why you've got this separation, because the wall's being pushed forward and out. But also, this side of the toe is higher.
And that's lifting the foot and putting it back
Yeah.
on the heel, but definitely getting them bars and all the way out, because the sole that should be growing back out there is being pushed forward. And in the distorted part of your hoof, the only place all that sole can do is go and build up on that high toe quarter. So in order to get that to stop, you have to open up the back of the hoof where everything can grow out straight instead of forward.
Okay.
So
So I take
I'm
down the
about
heel
brain dead here.
and I bevel out the separation of the hoof wall to the white line on both sides, right up to the toe quarters. So I leave the toe, although toe I can't really do much with it because it can't be.
Yeah, I don't. You could bevel off some of this side, okay? Another thing that happens, okay, so Devin, let's see if you and I agree on this, okay? Okay, because I got a little bit lost because because I've been watching too many reels and my focus is gone.
I know, and I talk fast. I'm so sorry. I am
No,
at work
that's
too,
all
and I
right.
have a split second, so I just got to spit it out a million miles an hour.
You're all right. You're all right. Okay, so the thing we want to do is try and get this horse balanced so she's breaking over better, so that the weight isn't being thrown onto this side of the foot that's just going to keep the heel being pushed out. See, as long as the weight is being thrown over this get over there. Let me undo this. Wait a minute. Okay, let me go back. Okay, let me reduce this here a little bit. Okay, so get that in there. There we go. Okay, so we know that the horse is wearing her foot right here. Can you see that, Leah?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore we know that the foot is not balanced. Now, the foot is going to be difficult to balance anyway, because in reality, these heels are not like this. Well, they kind of are, because this one's curled in, which brings it forward, and this one is shoved forward and out. So you got one that's curled in, and which brings the heel that should have been here, okay, brings it over here. Just a minute here. Undo. And you've got one that's shoved out. So we want to try and get them to balance out. We want this heel to come in and back.
Yes.
Okay. And we want this one to come out and back. So this side here is narrower. Like if we were to go to the widest part of the foot here, okay, look at what we see here. Just a minute. I'll do it in green. Let's say here, let's draw a line down here. Okay, and if we were to go from the center here out to there, and then take our arrow over here, look how much wider that side is in the sole area. Well,
yes.
Let me redo that. I'm just going to go to the white line right there.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to bring this. See the difference? And that does make a lot of difference. you know, just that, even that little bit, because this side of the sole is way more compressed.
Yes, I've been trimming that out to that side to
Yeah.
decompress it.
And this side is stretched out and hollowed, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yes.
concave.
Yes.
So even though, because remember I asked you, are your heels the same length?
Yes.
And you said yes, and then we looked at them, and when you look at them at first, you go, yeah, they look the same length, but then the difference is, look how just a minute here, let me move some stuff. Look at how this bulb is narrow and this bulb is wider here.
Yeah.
See, so this whole side of the foot is pulled over and forward, and this side is just, well, when it's the foot is only one size, so when this is pulled over, it's going to pull this side over too. And
Mm-hmm.
so you have a tendency on these feet, even though they're totally different sided, to handle the foot as if the heels are across from one another, when in reality they're not.
Yes.
Okay. In reality, this heel is actually forward of this heel here.
Yes.
So see, it starts getting confusing, because when we have foot in hand, we have a tendency to want to grab that foot and level out those heels, cock that foot, and look at those heels as if they're straight across from one another. And so we wind up uh trimming the foot cockeyed in some respects. And then, like Devin was saying, this heel will look higher, when in reality it's not higher. It's the whole side of the foot has been twerked and twisted down. And so then you wind up, in reality, this heel here is actually the higher heel when it comes to just the real wall and heel placement and buttress and everything like that. This
Yeah.
heel's just way pushed forward, more angled forward. You can even see it here. If you look right in here, this area here.
Yes. That's the problem I have, is that
Yeah.
that heel, the heel on the lateral side is like pushed forward and flat.
Yeah.
One on the medial side is upright and pushing the hoof up. So
Yeah. So one of the things that I've done,
yeah.
okay, is I will take this side lower than this side. Just to, first of all, take this side of the toe down and take
Yeah.
this whole side a little lower. Okay.
Yes.
And then another thing, because that's gonna level out, even though it's a false balance, you're creating a false balance, because you have an imbalanced capsule that's pulling the foot in different directions.
Yes.
So you're creating a kind of a balance in there, so that even though the heels are not the same, the horse is going to stand, his internal foot will stand more level.
Yes.
Okay. And so that way he's not going to be throwing all the weight this way. See, with this side in reality higher, when he stands, he's shoving all the weight onto this side, like this. See? Oh, well,
Yeah.
that was interesting. How'd that disappear? I don't
Yeah,
know.
the high heel throws you onto the short toe, and then the
Yeah.
high toe throws you onto the low heel. But see, we know this because I trimmed my horse JD thinking that this was an issue and kept following the heel, and his foot got worse and worse until finally I was just like, what the heck, and now have figured out how to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you kind of, it seems backwards. And I
It
think, Leah,
does.
we talked about this one other time.
Yeah,
Linda,
everything with the horse. You have to trim
sorry.
it opposite of what you think it should be. And that's the fix.
Yeah, there you go.
Linda, I just
Yeah.
wanted to add that I actually twisted the capsule of my stallion that we were discussing, and now he really considerably straightened out. And it was the same pattern, absolutely. But
Okay.
he looks very different now.
Oh, good.
And what I figured out what I did wrong, because his right front was the worst. But I also noticed the same pattern on his left front. But so on the right front, it was the medial that was forward and coming out. And on the left front, it was the lateral, as in this foot. And it was because I was analyzing all the images. And then what I realized why it happened is because I left the toe quarter higher all the time.
That too, yeah.
So on this picture, it would be, and you can see it the way, like when we look back on the other solo views that was shared, you can really see the band of the toe quarter was left square. So the toe was really done well, but then it kind of, there was like almost an angle. And here you can also see, like you see on the medial side, it's kind of roundish, following the how you say, the shape of the sole. But on the left side, or on this side, you see it's like a little, no, it's like a little angle almost. You go and then there is a one point. And that's the point where, no, go down a little bit along the line of the toe quarter, sorry, up, and then go along the toe quarter slowly, and I will tell you where to stop. Toe quarter towards the heel on the lateral side, toe quarter, not the toe, the toe quarter.
I need to ask a question because sometimes on cameras, these things get turned around. Okay.
Okay.
Like, okay, you see where my
There.
arrow is?
There. It's
okay.
there.
I need to ask a question. Is that on the left side or the right side?
It's on the right side. So I just said the lateral side.
Okay. On my, here's what's going on. On my computer, this is on the left side. No, it's on the right side.
Yes.
Did you say right side?
Yes, correct.
Oh, frickin' jeez.
Yeah, so it's the
never mind.
It's the lateral side. So that's what helped
lateral
me.
Side. Okay.
This one, that was the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Right here. Going down there. There, I'm at the heel.
So I'm having deja vu. We've done this before.
Yeah, we did it before. This one, yeah, here. And you have to religiously control the toe quarter on that side. At the same
side?
Sorry?
What about the toe quarter there?
Yeah, you have to trim the whole hoof. You have to do it as
you have to trim the whole hoof, because we need to understand that nothing is in the right place. So we need to always think about everything at the same time. So, and kind of bring it every time when we trim, like the bowl of the sole, when I trimmed, though on one side, like on the left side, it would be more full and it won't be so wide. But I always try to make them equal. And at the beginning on the right side, I didn't have the rim of the sole at all. But I was always trying to make them kind of more equal and looking the same, just to promote. So I always, the first thing that I had to understand is what forces are there, like what pulling what. It's very important. So in this case, in my opinion, the lateral quarter is pulling the everything out forward and to the right.
Yeah.
Forward and to the right. But the medial heel is, because it's more upright,
Mhm.
it's kind of holding on and doesn't let the hoof go that way because it's like a protective reaction and it's trying to curl in. At the
Yeah.
same time, everything gets compressed on that side, right? So the
Yeah.
sole is more compacted, not thicker, but it's thicker, physically
Yeah.
there. The other side, sole is getting stretched, so it's thinner.
Yeah.
So we like building like almost a sand hustle. You take the wet sand and you kind of push on one side, hold on the other side. You
Mhm.
kind of mold it, and you always have to think what is holding what and what is pushing what,
Yeah.
kind of. So yeah,
Well, and then
I'm sorry.
everything grows to hold it there.
Yeah.
Once it's
Linda,
there. Yeah.
I just rasped a bit for the sole, and I sent you the pictures to see if this
Okay.
is what you were talking about. Because I'm here and I can do it at the moment.
Okay.
You say do this, and I'll do it.
Yes. That
And
is.
you see,
That is
sorry,
what
I
I was
just wanted
talking
to
about.
mention, maybe it's useful when you look at the lateral view of the foot, you can really see at the coronary band how everything is bulging and pushed up. So definitely it's a long process because the toe quarters were left too long and they kind of push everything up.
Yeah,
It's
that
just,
happens too.
yeah, it's really bulging on those photos, I think.
Hey, are you looking at this picture now?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody
Cool.
looking at that? You
Yes.
see how that made her taking that side down, made the foot look more symmetrical.
Mhm.
See?
Remember though, even though you took that side down, you still have to bevel the quarter, see, because if you looked at it from the ground view,
It is.
you'll make the quarter short on the lateral side, but the medial side. So I guess it's just hard to tell from this
It
picture.
is beveled because you can't really see it in the picture, but it is beveled right to the the white line, which is a yellow line.
Oh,
But
okay.
you can put your finger right underneath the hoof wall when the horse is standing. So
Okay,
it's
because it looks like the other side is beveled all the way to the dark separation, which is where your white line would be.
yeah.
But then on the
Yeah.
other side, it looks like you have the water line still long. And on that side, you would want to bring it all the way to that yellow peachy line, the white line as well. And if you go up to the very, very point, the tip of your toe where you have a black dot,
Yes.
if you go to the left, that toe quarter is coming out on that side.
Yes.
And then it goes in on the other. So you want to make sure, if anything else, it's even all the way, because just that little bit of thickness there will still pull your foot that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I see this is where she wore her foot
Yeah,
before. We can still kind of see that. So if
yeah,
you just maybe just kind of
brought it
even
in. Yeah.
that out to that.
I could tell you with these quarters, having it even is key. The hoof is millions of horn tubules that can grow against each other, not all as one. So if you've got one area where there's weight and another area where it's relieved, you can literally have one side of the hoof grow and the other, like they kind of shift separate of each other. I guess if that makes any sense. You know,
Yeah.
Can we
so
also discuss the lateral bar? Does that need to come down also so it can help move back?
both bars on these feet, but
Yeah.
definitely yes. The flared heel, I'd be bringing that bar down as far as you can, and get it off the sole of that heel.
Devin, can I ask a question? In this case of, this type of feet, would you keep the thickness of the wall the same on both sides or close, or
Yeah,
because
definitely the same. Even though
Yeah.
you've lowered the one side, so a lot of times you'll look at that and be like, I just lowered the hoof, I just filed into sole.
yeah,
Now I got to make sure that the horse has some hoof wall, otherwise they'll be sore. But I'm telling you, if you leave more hoof wall on one side than the other, whether it looks like the high side or the low side,
what I'm
but
saying, the thickness,
yeah, the thickness on that
yeah.
one, if this was my horse right now, there would be no thickness in the toe quarters at all. It would literally, the horse would be standing on the white line with no hoof wall touching the ground. Now I would have a thick toe and I
Yeah.
would have a nice thick heel buttress because that's where I want my horse to land. And it does look like in this picture where you did a great job filing all the way into the white line on the lateral side where it was flared.
Yeah.
And you did lower the other side really good, but it still looks like you have thickness in the hoof wall. So even though if you're sighting down the hoof, it looks balanced, you did a
Yeah.
great job dropping it, but that hoof wall
And-
still, I would still bevel it like almost a notch where you're like removing the hoof wall
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the front of the
Yeah,
quarter
and-
to the front of that
Linda,
toe
can you
border.
put the latest photo because I just did that.
Okay.
She's doing it as we're going. No, keep going. A little more. There you go.
Is this, oh, well, hey, this is a good
There you
view. I
go.
like
That
this
that looks
view.
great. That looks great. Good job.
Yeah, that looks great.
That's what I was talking about.
That's what you were talking about. Great.
Now,
Wonderful.
does everybody see that that sole ridge?
Yes.
See, boy, it's real evident there, right? Now, this is looking very good and stuff. Now, do you see how it changed the shape of the toad also when she took it down to be more, this is exactly what I want people to learn to do.
And
is
I know
to-
they're going to be pointy toed for a while, but we're not in a show here. We're restoring hoofs, okay?
Yeah, and in reality, the front feet are, you know, not round anyway.
Yeah, they'll look more
Square.
anatomically
Yeah,
correct. Like pull the
yeah.
hoof forward also and sight down the hoof and look at your coronet band. And the ground surface should be about the same shape. So if when you pull it forward, then you have a flare from the top bulging out just at the very bottom, bring that in and try to focus on the ground view of your hoof wall matching the shape of your coronet band. Not necessarily size. I'm not saying like shave it in until it's small, but sometimes you can get a little flare and you can see those siding down and just kind of aim for the bottom of the hoof being about the same as your hornet band. And then you're shaping it to be the same shape as the internal foot. And then you know that your new growth you've removed all of the leverage that could possibly distort your capsule any further. And now every single horn tubule growing from your coronet band can grow out straight in relationship to the internal foot.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. Anyways,
And
Thank
how
you.
long did it take in your experience for the capsule to detorque to go back to normal? So when would I be able to see the results of the hoof getting straight again?
well, this is something I've been battling with my horse, JD, and moving to Alabama basically crippled him because in Washington State it was very wet, so the feet never did bind. Well, I mean, he always had a bound foot, but I guess you could say it never contracted and hardened like it did here because it was always wet there. When I
Yes.
moved here and the ground dried out and his feet dried out, he got horribly lame. And I'm just like, he's always been a little off since he was 2, but on his one foot, but he got really lame. And then trimming horses here, I was running into all these issues that I hadn't really seen before because, in Washington, when the feet are always wet, they do the opposite. The bars lay over, the heels flare out. You know what I mean? And you got more of pancake feet. So you're always dealing with flared feet, trying to bring them back in. So coming here, I'm dealing with more bound feet or these issues, these distortion issues because of the feet being bound. The foot will end up shifting one way or the other, and then the whole hoof torques. And then the trimming methods that are being done to fix it are only worsening it. And literally, like Linda said earlier, you do the same thing over and over again, insanity, right? So, I come back trying to fix this. I'm like, what is going on? Well, in November, I was trying to show somebody how to trim bar and heel and stuff. So I pulled up some videos that Linda had shared and shared a bunch of videos with her. Well, it had been a couple years since I had been online because, I just been so busy with nursing school and a whole bunch of stuff in my life. So
I'll be right
I
back.
okay, so I found Linda's information on the new information at the back of the hoof. I guess that would be June of last year. So we're going on almost a year where Valor ripped his heel out. And that's when Linda noticed how the whole hoof can bind into the capsule. And so she calls it spooling, right? How the heels can spool in. And so I started watching these videos, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I watched her videos so much till I couldn't learn anymore, as much as I could. And then, I've been trimming horses for 14 and a half years. So I've got all that experience. But moving here, that back of the hoof part was, because even learning from Linda, you leave nice thick frogs, um, the heel, the feet, everything. But like when they're bound, you don't really look at that, right? And like I said, I didn't deal with a lot of bound cases, but here I did almost every horse. And I was like scratching my brain, like having to come back every 3 weeks. I trimmed horses every 8 to 12 weeks in Washington State. And here I got people calling me every 3 to 5 weeks. And I'm constantly have to trim these horses, like forcing their feet to look normal because they're growing out all torqued and funky. And really it was because the back of the foot is so bound that the hoof that should be growing back there can't. So everything's growing forward out the toe and distorting the toe. So when I came back in for this information for my friend on how to trim heel and bar, because her horse's heels were just, anyways, they were awful. That's when I found Linda and then talked to her and started joining the Zoom meetings, and found that since Valor ripped his heel out, she discovered how they can spool in, and started teaching how we need to trim these bars and frog more, and how the periopal skin can bind the feet, and spooling and notching out these heels. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, it makes perfect sense. So since November of 2024, so just what was that, like 5 months ago, 6 months ago, um, I started applying that to my horses and my clients' horses here. The few that I ended up taking over in a barn at my trainer. So now I've helped several of her horses. She's had several horses that were lame. One of her champion jumping horses went lame, and had Dr. Morris that did the Morrison shoe her and made her lame. And anyways, all these issues at the barn. And before I knew it, I was trimming everybody. And I started applying this to all of her horses and the few people that hauled in to have their horses done. So I'll take rehab cases, but they haul into the barn and I'll trim them. I don't really travel anymore, but yeah. So anyways, I've done this to everybody and I've seen them straighten out. Now, have any of them reached 100%? No, but in the time that I've been trimming them, I've taken some pretty deformed feet. And I guess the biggest thing is lame horses, and now they're sound. So, straighten out the capsule 100%, no, but definitely getting there, so yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, that's
Perfect
great.
timing. I'm done.
Okay.
Not lame. My mare's not lame, but I mean, I've had that twisted hoof for eons, and I haven't managed to set it right. Now let's hope that this will do the trick.
Well, I had mine for eons too. And see, then this asymmetrical issue, one side wider than the other. And so I just some of the things I've done, like, okay, now I have learned how to take, once the foot is, you got some heel and you got some fair flatness on the internal foot, like, okay, here's a good example. Like, you notice the tight white line on this side? Okay, but you don't have a tight white line on this side. Okay, so when the heels get trimmed out and then they all get shoved, they wind up being shoved and pushing forward, they disconnect from the white line. That's why you have this white line separation here, because the lamina gets shoved forward so that by the time the hoof wall grows down, it is not connecting well with the sole on this side. Whereas on this side, the heel is not as shoved forward. It is curled around, yes, but it is not as shoved forward, which pushes all the horn tubules forward and separates the internal lamina of the hoof capsule from that of the sole here.
Yeah.
So you can get a tight white line always, it seems like, on these kind of feet on the inside, and look at your sole ridge, the difference too. See? Whereas over here, and then you don't have this hollowness, and both heels could be just like this. We see feet like this all the time, where the frog, see the frog corium, everything is pushed and the bulb is pulled out and wide, and people think these are great feet and that they have a good foot. And of course, they always have to really scoop the quarter, because look how she just did a flat rasp on this side, and you have a clean white line all the way around with a flat rasp. Do you understand what I mean by a flat rasping? She just flat rasped into the wall and sole and everything on this side. And so you see this really good sole ridge all the way except back to here where the heel curls in. Isn't that interesting? See, and then you got this crack, because of course this is not the way the true heel is supposed to be. So the way the heel buttress is growing and connecting to the sole here is not working out either. But from here to here, excellent. So you could have both sides of the foot just like this, or you could have both sides of the foot just like this. And but it's both just a different type of heel distortion and wall distortion that goes on. Of course, in this side, your horn tubules are not. Well, your hoof wall with the horn tubules coming down are not going to be shoved forward as far. So they're still connecting good, growing down, connecting with the sole, getting the biological glue squirted in there to connect the sole, and then growing down to the ground together. And so you have this nice tight white line right here. But of course, it's all, kind of pulled over and compressed some too. Whereas this side's wider and further out. So I think, like, if we were to look at this foot and we looked at each side, like if we were to look at the side of this foot, do you have both a medial and a lateral view of this foot?
I have the lateral. Right now I can just take a picture. Right now.
Oh, just a minute. For some reason, my volume is down. Okay, say that again.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'll take a picture right now. I'll send it to you so that you can see the
Okay, you're coming in a little fuzzy. I don't know if it's me or you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, a little muffled, but
Okay, well, I'll take a picture right now and send it to you.
okay.
So you can see the medial lateral side and the medial side and the lateral side from the side view, no?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. So I'll just
Okay, now does everybody understand how when we're looking at these feet, we're just looking at two different types of distortion, and that a foot could be this way all the way around on both sides, or it could be this way all the way around on both sides. And when we see it like this, you see more of a contracted foot. And when you're seeing this, you're seeing what you think is a wider foot, but in reality, it's just the different ways that the sides of the foot have contracted. On this side, as the heel was trimmed out, it ran forward and it pulled the frog out with it. It's following the shape of the foot going around this way. On this side, as the heel was trimmed out, it just stayed kind of the same, but kind of curled around. Instead of coming all the way back here, like so, it just started curling in this way. So it isn't following the shape of the foot and pushing out like this heel. So when we look at feet, they're going to be either or. They're either going to be same sided, or they're going to be like this with the asymmetry where the one heel decided to take a different path. And usually it's because that heel always got trimmed lower, because when you look down at them, because of the way they're being tweaked, with the whole side of that foot being pulled down, it always looks higher. So in reality, I think you would have more sidewall in this heel. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I take that back. It's just a different form. That's
Okay,
all.
I sent you the pictures, Linda.
Okay, so we'll go back to that.
Linda,
Yeah.
can I just chip in?
Sure, please do.
Just when we are looking at the white line, I think it's also good to notice the color, because the white line is not healthy on both sides. On the
Right.
lateral side, it's kind of it's crumbly,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And detached, but on the medial side, it's bright yellow.
Yeah.
And the healthy white line is not of this color. It's more, I can send you, because my foot looked, it's like the colors were the same. And then when the connections and everything started to move at the right place, it became almost whitish yellow.
Yeah, almost a gray. I've seen them gray.
Grayish. It
Yeah.
became grayish, but I have the sequence, how it
Yeah.
changed. And usually when the foot will be changing, this foot will be coming back, you will be able to witness that the connections on the white line will be breaking in different parts, depending on where the foot will be experiencing the movement.
Okay.
That's what I also noticed. So it would get crumbly on the medial side also, when the medial heel will start moving to the right place. And I just wanted the other point to make. We were talking, sometimes one heel will get more upright, the other one will be more run forward, right?
Yeah.
But I always thinking, and I think we had this discussion with you, which heel, it will depend also maybe on which heel was trimmed out a little bit more first, because then if we think that the wall will curl back to lift it up, which will change the breakover, right? So it makes sense if the medial heel was trimmed out more, it changes the breakover as it is with this foot, but that will also put the lateral quarter forward, right? Maybe it's just, I'm just thinking and trying to imagine all the forces that go into play.
Yeah, see, that's why I like to do this when we get into a foot like this and we start analyzing, because see, this is what we're doing. We're trying, like I start out talking about how we're dealing with a 6D thing here that's got movable parts, that's
That would be
constantly growing.
wonderful to have. It would be wonderful to have. And actually, I already spoke to my friend in China. I said, can you just find somebody who can make it this like squishy thing,
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like that
it
squish
must
ball.
exist. Yeah. So you have the hard parts, you have the semi-hard parts for the cartilages, and then you will, so it's basically different type of the squishy plastic, which will be like semi-transparent, transparent, whatever. And then you can just take and you can form it and demonstrate all the distortions. That would be fantastic.
Yeah,
One thing I love about this foot is you have the same foot on one horse, but two different heels.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that when you trim out a heel, what happens to it. So
Yeah.
this shows you like you can look at one horse or another horse or even two different feet on one horse. But the cool part about a distortion like this is you could see that one heel's been trimmed out, and this is what happens to the heels that are trimmed out. But it's just proof that if you look at the other heel that's not trimmed out, that they should be stood up. They should have sole
Yeah,
back
but
to the
but
buttress,
but in reality, both of these heels are trimmed out. It's just that they responded in a different way.
Yeah, differently. One shifted back and the other one shifted forward and out.
Yeah, one curled way in, and either how we describe it, it's doing all that,
Yeah.
and stuff, and how it affected the whole side of that foot.
Yeah. And actually, now I'm looking, in parallel,
Uh-huh.
Linda, in parallel, I'm looking at the photos of my foot from 2003, and I see that actually I trimmed out the lateral heel first.
Mhm.
I started to lower it because I didn't know.
Yeah.
So I was trimming it out, but then what it did, it actually curled the medial heel and make it more upright because everything was pulling there. And I think, there is the opposite pull to try, because the hoof is trying to maintain its integrity and balance.
Yeah.
So it kind of pushing, it's like the heels and the toe. That's why we believe it's like a leverage creating, trying to stay in place. And it just grabbing kind of, just trying to stay there, and it curls because it's doing the counter pull,
Yeah.
the medial heel. And that's what I see on my foot. Actually, I sent you several photos that I started to lower the lateral heel. It was always a little bit shorter. And then the medial heel became upright and started to curl in. And I can clearly see it here. And I was leaving also the lateral quarter high all the time.
Okay. We'll look at
Yeah.
that. We'll look at that too.
It's just, I think I sent you like 3-4 photos from, I don't know, 50 maybe, of the same view.
Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that was my case.
okay. That's great. See, all this input, we're gonna get her figured out. Okay. So here we're looking at now, I now could be wrong in what I was determining here, that the horn tubules on this side are going to be more in alignment and place than the horn tubules on this side. And when we look at this foot, I just now glanced at the others. So let's take a look at what we got here. Is this the medial side or the lateral side?
That's the medial side.
Okay, I thought
That's the
so.
one where the heel is more upright.
Okay, so this is more upright heel. But it's also the heel that's really curled in, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So it's like what I was telling you, when you look at these heels, you're looking at this part from the side and you're thinking this is the heel, but in reality, the real heel is wrapped around inside. If it was to uncurl, it would be about here. See?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at the horn tubules. And let's see here, just a minute here. Where are we at? So we're looking at the horn tubules, and they go pretty good, really. See there? Not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty decent
Yeah,
length.
the medial side is not as bad as the lateral side because
Yeah.
that's where the heel is.
Okay,
laying down.
so now let's look at the other side. Just a minute. Stop this. See, I need to put these both side by side. Okay. Okay, and so here, let's see, let's look at the horn tubules here, because let me go back again. Let's just go back and forth a minute. I'm looking at the cartilage to see what's the difference. And of course, you might have taken them from a little different angle. It's hard not to, you know. So
Yeah.
here we see that. Okay, I'm going to look at this part of the heel again. See, the thing is, we got this weirdness going on where one heel is pushed forward and out, and the other is just totally curled in, you know?
May-
So let me.
Maybe this view is better. I don't know.
Oh, what, did you send me another picture?
I sent you another medial side view, but I don't think it's the same angle.
Okay. Well, no, but this still shows us that you've got some pretty good alignment of the horn tubules here.
Yeah, she improved a lot. That hoop was really
Yeah.
bad.
So let's go back and look at the lateral, which is right here. So let me get the annotate going wherever it's at.
So
Okay.
you can see the bevel that I did on the side.
Yeah, absolute. Yeah, that's good. It looks good. Da-dum, dum, dum. Where am I at here? Okay. All right, so here we're going to follow this horn tubule down. See it there? Okay. Now on the other side, the horn tubules go more like this. See that? Oh, wait a minute. I gotta mute somebody. Hold on. Oh, I guess she muted
Good,
herself.
good job. That hoof looks good. Like where you tackled them quarters. Beautiful
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, that looks good, doesn't it?
Thank
Okay, so this is a side that does not have good white line connection.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
one.
and notice the horn tubules. Just a minute here. Let me get the annotate going again. Again, on the other side, the horn tubules are more like this. See, more in
Yes.
alignment. Okay, but on this side, the horn tubule, remember the horn tubule is supposed to grow down in alignment. This one should be shorter than the one in the center of the dorsal wall. Okay, so it should grow down in alignment, connect with the sole about here, where it would inject that bio glue into the lamina of the hoof capsule that connects the sole to the wall, and then they would grow down to the ground together and you get a clean white line. As long as the foot isn't bent in the capsule. Because you could have horn tubules that were in semi-alignment and semi-seaming right, and you could still have not have a clean white line unless you really scooped out the foot, because the foot sets flat. The internal foot sets like this. Okay, the coffin bone sets at an angle in the foot, like so. And so the horn tubule is supposed to grow down right to here, connect with the sole via the white line that's really yellow but turns gray when it's really super healthy. Okay. God. And in fact, yeah, so but still, that's still a healthy white line, technically, because it's tight and it's a good color. There's no separation there on the other side. All right. It joins up with the sole right here, and then they grow down to the ground together. Okay. But on this foot, what you have is this horn tubule here is up here, like so. So and so what else is it doing? It's not only not just connecting perfectly with the sole right here. And so, because if your horn tubules are tweaked, your lamina on your hoof capsule is also tweaked away from the internal lamina where it grows down and connects with the sole. So it's not going to correct with the sole rightly, and you're going to have a dirty white line or a disconnected dirt filled white line.
Mm-hmm.
So this one grows forward like this, where it should have been growing here and connecting with the sole. Instead, when the heel got trimmed out, well, when this heel got shoved forward, it shoved all these horn tubules forward. And so this here eventually had to grow clear over to here. So you have this whole piece of hoof wall here that's displaced right in here. So it was, like I said, when I looked at the bottom, well, the sole view, how, so this is kind of a pattern, you might say, in these kind of feet. Now, it could be the same way on both sides of the feet if the heels had done the same thing, you know. The thing is that when they're trimming the heels out of these horses equally on both sides, and the heels are going forward and out, they're thinking they're getting a good foot because they got it, because it's wide back here. Anyway, but they're not. Okay, so are we kind of understanding some of what's going on with these feet? So you want to grow heel here, keep growing heel in here, and then we'll see if on your next trim, if come out in a few days and see if some of these maybe didn't drop down and your bevel came out.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, okay. So what I see on this foot where it needs to go is by getting your frog unbound, because the bolt is going to keep it right there. See, it's going to keep these cartilages down here. These cartilages should be up about here. Now
Yes.
they look good in that they're not totally rounded like let me see here. Like they don't go like this. You
No,
know.
they used to a long time ago, but that's
Okay.
improved.
Well, see, so that's good. So they've straightened out a lot. But they look good in that, but they're still pulled down. But
Yes.
this looks good right here. If this was just up here, see? And look at your heel is curled, well, this one is trimmed out and shoved forward.
Yes.
Okay. The other one is curled in. So irregardless, once this straightens out and this hairline comes up here, this will all move back and you'll grow more heel and bring your heels back. See, this
Yeah.
is where we are looking to go.
Oh, I'd love that.
So that means more wall has to grow in here. Now, as you release this frog and it releases this foot, that periopal will loosen up if it gets moisture, and well, even some if it don't, just from everything growing. But if the frog and everything can get moisture and loosen this up, then it's going to release that inner foot, which is going to, as it grows, the growth here will stay in the, like, just imagine this part of the foot rising up slowly. Okay.
Yeah.
And the growth that's coming down this way, instead it's staying in the capsule. See?
Yeah.
Like this. And it's also adding, you're going to find out that this is going to come undone. It's going to add in growth right here too. Like this is going to grow right here from the back here. And eventually this is just going to keep coming up and up and up. And then it's going to have all this added into the capsule here. Right here. And then these horn tubules here also are going to go from being here back to about there.
Yeah. So what I
Okay.
did today is enough. I just have to take away the frog bolt.
Yeah.
I don't have a scalpel. I have to get one. So
Okay.
I'll do that another day.
You got to unbolt the foot. That's pretty funny. See how what a wonderful man to leave us these clues, you know, as to why he called it a frog stay in the end. You know, he's probably thinking about what were those corsets women used to wear? Weren't they called stays? Didn't they put stays on them?
Yes, they did.
The
Corsets?
stays were the individual bones that formed like ribs that formed the corset. Yeah.
Okay, and it made it stay there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you were horribly uncomfortable but looked fashionable. So he was in the Victorian age, right? So, however, wherever they made that word, use that word stay. Well, it makes something stay somewhere, you know? So he wound up calling it the frog stay instead of the frog bolt. And that's pretty interesting. But you're going to find people, okay, you're going to find people because they didn't know what Bracy Clark named the frog stay. All right, you're going to find that this is what they teach in equine podiatry because they didn't know what Bracy Clark taught. They didn't know what the true frog stay was because it took me a while to find out too because the teaching on anatomy is so crap. All right. So when they were trying to figure out what is the frog stay, after they had already named this thing the frog spine, okay, because you can have frog stays, you look from behind, they're like that, or you can have frog stays that go like this, right? So they seen this on contracted feet and they started calling it the frog spine. Well, then they started hearing about this thing called a frog stay, and they were looking around to figure out what it was, and either they didn't want to renege, maybe not the right word to use. They didn't want to backtrack or contradict themselves, right, on what they had called the frog stay to begin with, like the frog spine. And so then they looked around for something else that they thought was a frog stay. Now, it took me a while to figure this out because, see, what was happening was I would be talking to these other people that had taken these classes, been indoctrinated into something different. And they would kept talking about the frog stay, but I knew they weren't talking about this big piece of rubber hoof frog up in here. So finally, I had to ask enough questions and go, incognito on their groups to figure out what they were talking about. I'm going to show you what they think is the frog stay. So when you got a hoof capsule, okay, got a hoof capsule here. We're looking down inside it, right? Okay, and your frog is in here. And usually your hoof capsule's in one piece. You take it off and stuff, and then you got your collateral groove here. Okay. But if you take your frog out, let's take the frog out. Wait a minute. Okay, let's do it this way. Here's the collateral groove. Okay. You got your sole, your collateral groove. Let's see. Here's your sole. Here's your collateral grooves. Okay, and then your frog is connected in there. Here's your frog. Okay, up here in the center of the frog is a frog stay. It's real deep up here back in back of the foot. Okay, so what they think is and they teach is the frog stay. Now, we know that this thick piece that grows in the frog between the bulbs, up between the frog lips, is the frog stay. Bracy Clark named it the frog stay. His books were also translated into French, and the French called it the same thing. Okay? So I don't care what anybody wants to say. He named it. That's what it's been called for 250 years by the French and by the English and everybody else. But now we have the equine podiatrist who didn't know what they were looking at, made a mistake, called it the frog spine, didn't want to change it. And so now you know what they're calling the frog stay? This here, just a minute. And it makes sense. I can understand why they did it. This area of the hoof capsule right here. They're saying that this is the frog stay because the frog sits in there. Do you understand the mistake that was made here? The anatomical screw up?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're talking to these people and you're saying frog stay, and you mean this big chunk of, okay, here's a frog if we were looking at the side of the foot, and the center of the foot, high up between the bulbs, be right there. Okay. Okay, and if you're looking from behind, it's going to look like this between the bulbs. If you got a big, nice, fat, wide one, or if you got contracted heels, it's going to be real skinny, which is why we want to make that slit, right? Okay, so when you're talking about frog stay, they're thinking this. That's why there's a breakdown in communication, because they have misnamed something. Do you see how screwed up that is? And we're right, because we're calling it what Bracy Clark called it before it ever had a name, or they even knew it was in the foot, because he did a lot of dissections. He named the periopal band. He named the frog stay. See, the periopal band used to be called the frog band because they thought the frog and the periopal band were all the same thing, because what it does on deformed feet, distorted feet. And so he first called this big chunk of frog up there between the bulbs, he called it the bolt, the frog bolt. And then he changed it to frog stay. And so that is in the French books, all the French Farrier books, all the English, all coming down to us, except when you get to all of a sudden equine podiatry, which is a marketing tactic because they ain't no better trimmers than anybody else. Okay. All of a sudden now, because he did not know what the heck it was to begin with, which is no crime in that. Okay. Then they looked at it. Oh, well, this must be the frog stay, this part of the capsule here. See, because after all, your frog stays in there, right? So that makes sense. And if he'd have been around 250 years ago, right now, we could be calling this what is the true frog stay. Now we could be calling it the frog spine. And we could wind up calling this part of the capsule the frog stay because the frog stays in there. However, that really wouldn't work the same because Bracy Clark, first in understanding the dissections he was looking at, realized this thing stabilized the foot right where it was. It is the frog stay, that thing. So anyway, there's some equine podiatry history going on there. And again, that's no crime. But if you then find out that you're wrong, you should change. You know, we don't need anatomical historical revisionism going on here. So, okay, let's undo all this stuff. Now, do you think it's important that when we're talking about the parts of the foot that we know what parts they are and that we're all speaking the same thing? Like if I'm talking about the hoof wall or the horn tubules or the growth rings or the sole, all the different parts. We should be on the same page at least in the name of the parts if they have a name.
Yeah, it's important. That's how we can communicate what we want to do. If we don't know the names of the parts of the hoof, how are we going to be able to communicate and express what we need to see and to do?
Yeah, yeah, especially if we're calling the same part two different things. You know, that's not going to work. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back to this foot. Now, this is all tying in with the foot I'm working on with Roberta on the foundered horse. You know, um, um, see, now look at those nice cartilages, how extended they are. We just need the heels to come uncurled and the other side of the foot to grow back more in and move back. Now, do you think this bulb, yeah, this bulb is pulled a little more down, forward, and out. See? But I'd like, well, heck, I've got all your pictures here. Of course, this is your mare.
Yes.
I'm going to go back and see if I can see some older pictures. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Curled in toenails, people. You know, same thing on these feet. And so then we have now, so both feet are doing the same thing, kind of, right?
Well, the other one is more upright. Both heels are more upright, but the other foot is more contracted and it's not as wide. The frog is not as wide as in the one that we've been just looking at.
Okay.
It's a different kind of foot.
Okay.
But it is also twisted inward. Also.
Yeah.
Not as much, but it is also like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. Did you take any of these pictures today? On the ground from the rear? I didn't notice.
No, today no, but I took them on Saturday, so I'll send them to you so not from after the trim, but I just did today, which is what I just showed you. I'll send you now
Now, this is interesting because we see that pattern that I was telling you about, and this is a while ago. These are taken a while back.
Yeah.
Here. And here we see again how even just taking off this much frog and cleaning up the frog, how it turns brown. See, because that is the foot is moving. The internal foot is moving. Let's go back some more.
Okay, I sent you a picture from behind from Saturday.
Okay.
And then I sent you the pictures of the other hoof that I just took today.
Okay.
So that you can see how different they are, one from the other.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna take a picture of this.
That's the one from Saturday. So just 3 days ago.
This is from 3 days ago? Okay. And this, which foot is this? This is the left front, right?
Yes, that's the one that we've been looking at all day today.
Okay. So this is left. Well, we got to make up for all the time you haven't been here. So we just spend a day on you. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you're here today. I have been thinking about you. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to save that and do it here just a second. And then we'll go to the other one. And we got to go way forward. It'll take me, oh, well, here we go. We're almost there. Where am I? Okay, so let me then take a picture of this. Okay. Now I just got to remember which one's which. Just a second here. Let's see. Okay, the older one has the blue door, and the newer one has the green door, I do believe, in the photo.
Well, they're both green, but maybe one looks bluer.
Oh, okay.
Is this the same place?
Okay. Let's see here.
I think that the old photo has water on the floor and the new photo doesn't.
Okay, because I'm seeing a good change here. So I'm going to take a picture of this so that we can compare. Let's see here. I like to try and get them almost exactly the same size if I can. Let's see here. Okay, just a second. Takes me a minute to get everything situated and then try and take a picture. Okay. Oh-de-do-de-do. Hold on. Okay. Now, okay, sorry it takes so long there. And I still got one a little smaller. But I am seeing, to me, this is looking better. Let's see. Okay, screen share. Okay, now sometimes you notice subtle differences, you know, and the subtle difference I notice here is that the foot is not leaning over as much as it was. It's not as totally upright on this side. It's not leaning over as much on this side, and it's not as stiff on this side. Well, if you look here, just a minute here. Okay, look at, oh, got to get stuff out of the way. See how that goes there and how this one's a little straighter?
Yes.
See, this is more bulgy out here. This side isn't. It's a little smoother. not quite as stiff and upright here. You know, you've got a little more volume over here. So, and then this is fuller in here too. You haven't got this as much of a crack here.
Yes, I can see.
Kind of. See, I'm seeing it as improvement. You know, I'm seeing improvement here. Let's see here. So the reason that foot is being pulled out like that too is because the way the heels are. You know, let's see. So we're going to hope that with what you're going to do now. So Devin was talking too about how you have to clean up the bars more eventually, because what they've done is they've grown out and laid over the sole. And so the sole could be thin under there. So I don't know if you probably can't do that all in one fair swoop, but you have to keep working on that, bringing all that grown, smoothed over bar back so that the heels can release, and then just keep working on the frog, keeping it, thinned down so that the frog can come unbound, and so that them bulbs and heels can, because that's a big key to especially the curled in heel coming right. You know what I'm saying? Uncurling.
Yes. Yes, that's what I've been trying to do. Trim and trim and trim the frog, and but the heels never uncurled. So I that's why I decided to rasp the curl out of the hoof
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Are we okay? Is this picture, the picture on the right that is today, is that before or after you you took the curl in the heel out? Hello? Are you still there, Leah?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
The picture is before I did the uncurling.
Okay.
That
Can
was
you
3 days ago, and I didn't take a picture today, so
okay.
I can't take it now because I'm not there anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, your horse is probably glad you left.
Well,
She's probably going, my God, how long am I going to have to stand here for this 5-hour hoof chat?
it's 9:30 p.m. now here.
Oh,
so,
my goodness. Okay.
so she wanted to have her dinner.
I bet she did. Yeah. Let the guinea pig go.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I will take a picture from behind and send it to you
okay.
tomorrow to see what it looks like uncurled from behind. I just forgot to take a picture from behind.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I'll be anxious to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
the work we're doing here, and because everybody's in on this, is that we start to see patterns, patterns of evidence. That is true science. And so, we're seeing how these heels are curled in or run forward, or the horn tubules where they go, tight white line versus stretched white line, or what I would call it, a disconnected white line, you know. But I think that the trim that you did, I think that helped a lot. And also, something else you might want to think of doing tomorrow, something that I do, right, wrong, and different. Let's go back and look at this one picture here, just a second. Oh, Sandra, did you send me a picture?
I think she said she had to leave.
Okay. Okay, well, she did send a picture, so uh, uh, I'm gonna look at that because it's very
I send the picture also.
okay. We're gonna look at those pictures too. Just a second here, but I want to go back to this one picture of Leah's right here. Nope, nope, that's not it. Just a minute. Well, I seem to have lost it. Gonna have to go over here to I have lost. Oh, there we go. Okay, share. Let's go back to here. Oh, this is one. Okay. So whenever y'all get, so you can finally rasp into the wall to where you have a big, thick sole ridge, like what you see here. And what you're going to find is, see, if we were to look at that before, we would not see this big, thick ridge there. That comes into view as you rasp down the foot. Like it could look totally concave, but as you rasp down, it reveals the sole ridge. Well, then you're going to have this sharp edge right here. You see that? Kind of how there's a ledge. What you can do is you just take your knife in there and just gently, barely take off the outer edge to kind of blend it in just a little bit with the rest of the foot. You understand what I'm saying? You're not wanting to make the whole thing concave. You still want your sole ridge there, but you're just going to barely take off a little bit of that sharp edge that you made when you rasped this down that goes like this. Like now, like this probably was more like this. See? And then as you rasped it down, you got this ledge right here. Okay. But now it does this thing. Now it goes flat across and then sharp down. And so you've got a kind of a sharp ledge here. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you're just going to barely take off just a little bit to kind of blend it in. I don't know if that's right, wrong, and different, but that's what I do.
Okay.
See, now you can see, even though this is not, the wall is not connected like it should be over here, you can see how this goes like that. See there? If you were to rasp this side down, you'd also come out with a sharp ledge like that.
Yes.
Okay. So that's why I just take and barely, like here it is. Okay, I'll just barely kind of take a shimmy off that corner there so that it's not a sharp ledge. Yeah.
I do that with my rasp. I'll actually put my rasp in between the heels, almost on the frog, and then forward, and I'll shave off any sole there, and I'll kind of hit that ledge and smooth all that out, just to make sure that my sole's not weight bearing, that I still have, the hoof wall at the
Okay.
front of the hoof.
Okay. Well, see,
More touching the ground.
okay. See, I don't care though if the hoof wall is weight bearing because,
But it knocks that ledge off too, is what I'm saying.
okay. Okay, and so because I don't know, I'm out on the boat on that deal of the hoof of the sole bearing any weight, because you see some of these other horses, they got sole and wall bearing weight together, and stuff. But we've had a lot of that put into our head that the sole should not bear any weight. Once they have a sole ridge, I don't know if it's a bad thing if their sole is bearing weight, because but that's on a really good foot too, so I don't know. Okay, I don't think the wall should just be bearing weight. I think it's kind of a weight sharing deal there if you have a sole ridge. If you haven't got a sole ridge, then I don't know what to do there. But anyways, okay, well, that's about it, I think, Leah, on your foot for today.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for everybody.
And everybody, thank you so much for your input, Devin, especially you. And let's look at Elena. Devin, did we cover pretty much the things you talked about? She must be back at work. Devin, can you talk?
Sorry. Sometimes muting takes a second.
Okay.
What were you
Did
asking? I'm sorry.
did we cover the things you talked about
Yeah, I think
pretty
we talked
much?
about, yeah, I think we pretty much went over everything. Everything I asked in the beginning, we talked about, so I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
You bet. And thank you. Okay, Elena,
No
let's
problem.
look at the pictures you sent and if you'll explain your thoughts on that issue. So let me get out of here. And then I want to look at that picture that Sandra sent. Just a minute here. Where are we? Stop share. Okay. Dum dum dum. Okay. Do to Elena. Okay. Oh, you sent a bunch of pictures. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, I am lost, so hold on a second. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, we'll start with this one. Okay, you got the floor.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
Hi.
No, I was just outside, sorry, feeding the animals. Now I'm back.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show, what has been going wrong. And you see with the red, and it's an old picture, maybe from the end 2003. But
Okay.
the heels are pretty even. You can see that the green heel, right,
Yep.
is going out more, but they were initially, they were symmetrical
Okay.
and under the same angle. And you see with the red, that's where I was lowering the green heel consistently. And that was my mistake. And where the red is, that's the area I kept high.
Okay. Because I think what happens is what I've seen is that when we lower the heel, one heel more, the horn tubules all push forward, and then they'll push this toe forward too, and kind of make it look high.
Could be, but I wasn't. I just saw that my pattern was that I was trimming, but that part stayed high, so I
Okay.
didn't take it enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you want me to move on to this picture
Yeah.
now? Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of, but here I was opening the left heel. You can see I took the hook off because it was becoming upright.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
here it is a similar deal as with oh, I forgot the name, Lair, I think, horse.
Mhm.
So you see that the ridge is on the left side.
Yeah.
And we have really not so much sole ridge on the right side.
Uh-huh. I see what you're saying.
So, and then it's kind of, it's quite similar, but it's from 2005 already, this
Mhm.
part. And then we will have, but it's very similar to Lair's foot.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think. Yeah.
Okay.
And the last one is kind of May now.
Okay. And it looks like your frog is coming back.
It's coming back, and it's
Yeah.
actually had a very huge, if I can find another periopal rope, and I started really aggressively cutting it out.
Okay.
And it really, really helped me a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, because here you can kind of see
So
the
I'm really
hairline being pulled down, and seems to be a little straighter in here. Well, look right there what that's doing. Something's going on here.
Yeah, so I just want to send you, and it's reappearing there. I need to go back and I need to cut it out again.
Okay.
But this the rope is reappearing all the time. And I will just send you a picture because it's really, you can really see it well. It's from 2nd of May, the last picture that I just sent you.
Okay. And another thing I'm seeing happening is the more the frogs come back and the foot straightens out, the more narrow, the straighter your hairline will get, and the more narrow the periopal band gets as well.
And also the thickness from, if we look where I cut out the rope, up, it's not down, it's up. Basically, it gets thicker, so the frog stay is getting bigger and wider.
Yeah.
And that part that is hairy, that's covered with hair, it actually gets thicker.
Okay.
So that's what is growing. The internal part of the back of the foot grew.
Yeah, well, look at the frog. The frog has changed position and come further back. That's looks like a pretty sturdy foot, and the hairline is straighter.
Well, we don't have any moisture. So
is this the foot that we looked at a couple months ago where we
Yes.
had this long conversation on?
Yes.
Wow, it's really straightened up. You
Yeah,
can
it
really
sure
see
has.
how the sole all the way around is even too. Because I think I remember we had talked about like one side being higher or whatnot, but it looks like it's really straightened out.
Yeah, it looks way more symmetrical.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, now I need to repair his hind feet.
Yeah, they're always behind.
Yeah. Well, I just physically
always
not able
behind.
Yeah.
to do it. But I have questions regarding his hinds, but I can ask them next Hoof chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to show this one because it's like almost the same in a sense of layers. So there is hope.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
there's hope.
it can be done.
It can be done.
You know,
That's wonderful, Elena.
I'm still not. This is a different foot. It's a different horse. Yeah. So I need to go there. I actually watered now, ran out and watered the paddock when he's staying in. So maybe tomorrow I can trim a bit more.
Well, it's looking good.
Thank you.
It's looking very symmetrical, and you know, the frog, you can tell the frog, I mean, you still got a periopal rope, but the frog is moving back. I mean,
everything is moving, and
yeah,
I'm just so happy for this experience. So I have another horse, a mare, with the feet I need to tackle, but I'm kind of excited because now I know what to do.
Yeah.
Like I know that I can do it. It's just a matter of time.
Yep.
And a physical effort, basically. And it's just so fantastic that you just see it. And you're like, okay, yeah, okay, need to do it. I can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And eventually, this part here will get much, much more narrow. The frog will fill up this whole area here. And this part of the frog here will be clear up in here. That's why you have this periopal rope from here to here, because this part of the frog is supposed to be clear up in here.
But the frog is also looks in this picture in particular, you see it's like a periopal.
Yeah.
Like 1 centimeter. And on top, it's kind of like as if the frog is caked on top of it.
Yeah, that could be. Well, yeah, you still got some, you know, I mean, they're bulb. You see these cracks? So his bulbs will widen out. The frog will come back through here and be way back up further behind the foot when it's all said and done.
But what, because I'm always struggling with the, like, I want the hairline straight. I want the hairline straight.
Yeah, and it'll get more and more straight as you go.
But it's all depends on me trimming the frog and moving stuff.
Yep.
The other thing, you know, you see like the angle of the heels, the inner heel, and there is the outer wall. And before, the outer wall was under much bigger angle, so it appeared wider. Not on this picture, but before I kind of ruined his feet a little bit.
I was going way back to see if I could see older pictures.
I can send you the picture when he was still symmetrical.
Okay, yeah, let's see that.
But it's, yeah, I can send it. It's just kind of, you know, when you look at and you like, oh God, I did that. You know?
Yeah, believe me,
but
I know.
I'm really happy that I made this mistake. I'm so blessed that I made it, and I had somebody like you guys to support me. Because now I learned tons, really.
And vice versa.
And still, you know, there is so much to learn. So.
Yeah, isn't there?
Like with this foot, with this horse, I noticed maybe I'm doing something wrong, or it's the wall is coming back and the whole hoof is coming back. Like he always appears to rock the heels a little bit. I don't know, maybe Davin came across it with some horses, and I was like, am I doing something wrong, or is it the tubules moving back? That's why the heel platform or the heel corner appears to be lower, or he's actually rocking his heels back.
Well, and your horn tubules could be, you mean this little part here?
Well, it's kind of higher than the point of the heel.
Yeah. Well, what happens is this part is growing in. This part, you probably have horn tubules that are kicking back.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's not a negative thing. I just need to make it flat. Keep making it flat.
Yeah.
Because the length of the heel is not changing. But it appears as if he's rocking the heels back. So it's basically the tubules are coming back.
Yeah. That and as this, you know how I was saying this will get narrower, this bulb skin?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that means this wall growing in here, okay, it's not going to grow down and out. It's going to stay in and grow up in here. See, you're going to add wall in up at the top. You know, it'll release the foot, and the foot will be able to move up, the hairline, all that, as the frog, you know, is renewed. All of this periopal bulb skin will get narrower. It's actually very narrow. Let's see here. It actually is only about that narrow. Right there.
I'll take a picture.
And so right now it's about to here. See? Going in and then curled in there behind there. Some of it's still curled in, see?
Yes.
And stuff. Okay. So when this heel buttress here adds in, as all this is added in, and as the frog is released to move back, okay, then in the end, your periopal band's only this wide. And so all of this will be frog. All of this in here. And this little piece of frog here, that's kind of down here, it's going to wind up being up here
to the
like
back.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you won't have any periopal rope. This will be all frog. All of this will be frog. Deceitful little things.
I love it.
Yeah.
Actually, I also sent you so you can check the original before. It's from 2003. The
Okay.
same view, but it's the last picture. It's just interesting.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Here the bulbs are like, see, and this can be deceitful too, because the hairline almost looks straight,
Yes.
but it's all pulled under equally.
So you see, but the
See?
angles of their of the
The
heel,
heels, yes.
the outside wall,
Yep.
that's what they say it's healthy, because the circumference of the bottom part should be bigger than the circumference of the coronary band. Am I saying it correctly? That's what is accepted, and that's
Yeah.
what they say is a healthy hoof, that the circumference of the lower part should be bigger
Yeah.
than the coronary band.
Mm.
Do you have a view on that, or we shouldn't be concerned at this stage with that?
You know, I'd have to look at, well, I've got one healthy foot here. Let's see here. If let me
Because you see, I mark them, I measure everything, not because on the picture it's not the correct like live measurement, but over the time I always do units, so I can kind of track. It's the same. I can kind of track the changes, especially like if I do units on the solar view and I see how the foot moves, because at the toe it will be 3 units, at the quarters it will be 5 units, and then I can really see where the movement happened. Okay, I can send you my grade and you can have a look later.
I'm kind of trying to measure a plaster foot here to see. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't think it should be overly much. You know, but the thing about it is, we don't look at that part really. I mean, it's nice that it's not contracted, you know, or straight up and down. But the fact of the matter is, these bulbs are pulled down and under the foot. Like you don't see any frog here. This is all periopal.
Yeah.
Here. And so the foot you have now is so much more sturdier. Your bulbs are not being pulled down to the ground. They're up off the ground. You know, let's go back here. I mean, that's quite a different foot.
It is very different. It was very round, I would say, the solar view in shape. And I don't know. This is now, I just wanted to show you the white line.
Oh yeah, that looks great.
And you see the thickness of the hoof wall.
Yeah.
Is even on both sides.
Yep. Yeah,
and
this looks great.
And before the right, and you can see the units here. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. Maybe it's silly.
No,
but,
that's okay.
It's just I take the ruler in my computer because it gives me, then I can track how it derotates.
Yeah, that's great.
So maybe someone can find it useful. I don't know.
Yeah. And when you have a really, well, and see, here's another thing too. You have a good amount of soul. And so if you were to keep rasping, if you were to rasp down, the more you would rasp down this foot flat. See, I really like the way you have learned to rasp your foot flat there. That's great and stuff. But if you were to keep going, it would get more and more yellow.
Beautiful hoof. Beautiful hoof.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But,
yes. And you see here how much the apex moved back.
Yes.
So I could dig it out more probably.
Right here, and it moved back here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so as that frog moves back, then that periopal skin above gets more narrow. But do you understand what I was saying? This is really good sole. This is a super good foot, and everything's together right here in the white line. But right where it injects that glue into the lamina is where it is the most yellow, yellow, yellow. More than even
Really?
more. Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
I mean like bright fluorescent yellow. And then
But
it gets
yeah.
less yellow
Uh-huh.
as it gets longer and stuff, to where if you have a good sole wall connection, good lamina sole connection, and a good alignment of the horn tubules, and the foot grows out, the sole grows out to its optimum length, then it changes color.
But
Okay.
on the cadaver, it stays the same color then? This yellow,
Well,
more yellow.
uh,
Well, I
I
need
don't
to
know.
check, I suppose.
I
But
would have to check too.
you see
Um,
also for Lair, this foot, the white line was always changing its quality on the
Yeah.
whole perimeter of the foot. And you see now on the left side, the heel has kind of flaky and chalky white
Yeah.
line. It's because that heel is moving.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's not a negative thing.
No.
It's just a sign that the foot is migrating to the right place, basically.
Yeah, and look at the brown.
Yeah.
See, that brown shows up again and stuff. But like the frog changes color as it grows, from being almost clear to then being whitish and then going dark. Okay, that the white line is the same. It starts out real, real yellow, and then as the foot grows, it changes color. And I have seen where toes are compromised and that yellow glue will squirt out the toe, and you'll find a big chunk of rubbery stuff on your toe. And I've seen where then it would smoosh onto the sole and onto the wall and dry and look like clear epoxy, holding the toe together. And it's just really interesting that this kind of bio glue stuff that it
But
makes.
with this foot, I'm going to do what Devon said, because I didn't make the space to the toe. So I'm going to go tomorrow and I'm going to do the toe quarters and create that, how we call it, chip, not the chip.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
forgot how it's called.
Yeah.
Remember though, I don't do that on everybody. If I've got a perfect hoof, you can leave more hoof wall. So
Well,
if your foot is, if you don't have jamming and your foot's where you're at,
Can
you don't
I just-
necessarily have to do that as much.
Yeah. Where's a
but I
side
was
view?
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, I just want to send the side views. Wait. Oops.
But I mean, I see what you're saying though. I always like to keep, because like for me, I'm looking at the shape of your lamina and the evenness of your hoof wall. So it looks to me like it's pretty, from what I'm seeing right now, it looks pretty anatomically correct. So in that sense, you wouldn't have to be trying to correct it as much. You know what I mean?
But I always look at the side tubules,
Yeah, I mean, if they're
Uh,
still running forward, definitely keeping that
and
thinned out will help it move back.
what I am kind of keeping in mind always, I always identify the longest tubule, or not the longest, I always identify the tubule with the lowest angle.
Uh-huh.
And I need to do here, after it, so it can move. So where is the blue is, you see, I marked because the 45 angle is the lowest angle on the foot. So
Okay.
I would need to create space to move that tubule back.
Okay, I see what you're
You know?
saying. I mean, and even with this foot, like, I mean, there does come a point where I found that if you keep, I guess you can say there does come a point, not necessarily on your horse, but where you can roll the hoof wall and tighten it up to the point where it almost gets too tight, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like your hoof looks great. So any of those minor details you're wanting to do as far as the horn tubules, you could kind of just pull it forward and knock the little bit of flare in that area off from the top. You know what I mean? Like address the
Yeah.
bottom just like you did, and then just pull it forward. And then I would just make sure your ground contact of the hoof wall is even with the shape of your hairline. So anything you have that looks like it flares or kind of comes out from that, just knock it off and make it uniform to the hairline. Because other than that, like what I'm seeing is beautiful. I mean, definitely it'll look great
it's
once
coming
those
up.
heels come back. But like the toe and toe quarters, it looks like you've got them pretty well
Yeah.
balanced.
Yeah.
Good.
Now let's just shove that heel back and open it up a bit more, and you'll have a perfect hoof. Yay!
Can you tell me between the heel where 48 and 51, if it's not flat on the ground, would it then rock the heels? Because maybe that's my mistake. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
you
think I
see-
would do that.
Yeah, you could probably do
Take
that.
off that little nub in there. You know.
I try to imagine the very back point of the heel, whether it's the true buttress or whether I've filed out the buttress. But regardless, when I'm done trimming a horse, there's always a point at the very back part of what I have as the heel, whether it's the true heel or not. I always try to have that as the highest point, because I just imagine when a horse lands their feet, whether it's flat or heel first, if that's just a little bit higher, I imagine that weight pushing backwards and helping push my heels back. You know what I mean?
because with his hind feet, that's what I'm battling with. It always looks like he's rocking the heels back, but the heel length stays the same. And I don't know whether I'm making a mistake with something, or it's the way he's standing, or that's the foot is moving, the heels and the whole hoof wall is moving back and pulling back. But maybe I can just
the back feet tend to want to have lower heels anyways and build up in the toe. So
is this a front foot or a back foot? This is a front foot.
This is the front foot.
This one is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
so
anyway.
So you could also just kind of I think you need to take these hooks off.
Yeah,
right
or
here.
Definitely smooth them out, yeah.
And stuff, because see what it's doing here from the side.
It's pulling out, yeah.
Yeah. And stuff.
Okay.
So I would just kind of take that off like that.
Okay.
But a lot of this is your frog. So the frog is binding the back of the foot under still. And stuff.
It's still bolted.
Yeah, it's still bolted. And
you gotta remove the bolt so it can move.
Yeah. Gradually get that bolt moving and stuff. And then the back of this foot will straighten out a lot right in here. But really, your horn tubules aren't bad in here. And
it was very run forward, this one.
But
this is the run forward part.
Maybe something maybe something is you just need to do a couple bevels to almost the white line for a trim or two.
On which part?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I never see you really bevel too much,
No.
And I'm thinking not on the toe, because I think you need to leave that toe there to pull that foot forward.
Yeah, because if you bevel it all, it might be a little sore.
Yeah, but beveling the sides more, I think would
well, here it was
lot.
just flat rasp, but
yeah.
I don't really bevel so much.
Yeah.
Or at least always knock off, the outer pigmented, the outer thick
tubules,
wall. And bring them in through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thin them out.
Yeah.
But would you also bevel the quarters?
Yeah, like where she's right doing the line. So you'll take off that little point.
Especially the quarters. even your pillars a little bit there.
Yeah.
I think you need to do more beveling of that,
Yeah.
because
But I wouldn't notch it out super tight because from the
no,
side view, the hoof does look tight. So what you
yeah,
don't want is your whole toe to shift back because I think the angle of your toe is
yeah,
good. You don't want it to tighten up too much.
no,
But
yeah,
you do want it to shift back to where when you thin out that frog, it helps shove everything back and the back of your hoof will open up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, your dorsal wall angle, everything's good. Heel height, good. I
Hmm.
just think that, but then you look at it too, and you see this. Just a minute here. See your growth rings going like that.
Yeah, the capsule's
Yeah.
still a little
Okay.
bent.
So I think you need to start doing a bevel on your walls
Yeah,
Okay.
they
more.
might be a little too thick. And then the
Yeah,
frog, because that's the center of the hoof underneath the foot, right? So if you remove what's smashed up in the center and you remove the quarters like Linda's saying, that'll help the capsule come unbent because it is just a little like arched in the hairline. Not that it's jammed, but the capsule's still just a little bent.
little
Yes.
bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
and probably from the frog.
Hmm.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you very
Okay,
much
well, thank you for
for having
sharing.
a
You're
look.
doing a great job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
beautiful.
Yeah, you've straightened
Thank
that
you.
foot out a lot.
Yeah, if that's the same foot that I'm thinking of, then like,
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
that's some
Yeah.
huge changes.
Yeah.
yeah, it sure is. You're doing great.
Thank
And the
you. So
horse's sound?
he sound, yeah, on front feet he sound. On the back, it's I shortened his toe on one foot too much, so he was not happy with me. But now he's fine. He's okay. So for me now is his hind the battle. Yeah.
Okay, looking good.
Thank you.
Okay, now I want to talk about Roberta's horse, Cheyenne, that she's been doing lately, and some things I've seen since she got her procs on and was able to really start cleaning this foot up, how and different things that we've gone through, like having her shave the hairline, things like that, so we can see what's really going on with the foot. And Roberta, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Hello. Now, did you say now? So Roberta did this trim and then soaked Cheyenne's feet. Now, did she get sore?
She was sore before I
Okay.
trimmed her. She had been sore for several days
Okay.
on that left front.
Okay. On the left front. And
Yeah.
that's the one we're focusing on.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Sure.
gonna go over to that because I thought it was interesting the changes that took place since you trimmed the other day and then soaked the foot for a couple days and then you took pictures and sent me.
Yep.
Um, how that sure revealed a lot of what's going on with that foot.
I hope you show me because I'm freaking out
Oh, why are you freaking out?
because her feet are so little and
Yeah,
she's so bound.
yeah.
In my head, I don't see anything good.
Okay.
But there
Well,
probably is, I'm sure.
I do. I see good things.
Amen. Amen, sister.
First of all, I see how just a minute here.
Please fit. I'm sorry. But
Okay.
I was really looking at him when I took a break at work today.
Mm-hmm.
And on the lateral side, the coronary band is so thick.
Yeah.
But then when you go to the medial, it's like it's half the width of the lateral. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, that just means that you have more wall, you have more hoof wall in the side with the less. This is really interesting because I see you put the pictures there. Let's look at that.
But
So,
well, both front are like that. But if you can explain that one more time to me.
okay, so this is the side where you have less periopal.
That's the right front. Go to the
Oh,
left front.
left front.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is the left front.
Correct.
Left medial.
And see
Okay.
the periopal
Yep.
or coronary band,
Yes.
and that's the right ladder. There you go.
Okay. Here's the left. So
That's thick.
thicker periopal here.
Yeah.
Then let me get my bearings here. So this is
Okay.
left lateral.
Correct.
Okay. And this is
Left
medial.
medial.
Okay. Oh, hold on here a second. I'll be
Okay.
right back. Okay. Well, as we can see, she is very hoof bound.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is it's really hard to tell from before, when all the hair was there and everything. And even sometimes, and a lot of times you got to watch it on these toes because you can be distracted by the toes in realizing how bound the back of the foot really is. In these pictures that we're seeing lately, I'm really, let's look here. Okay, so, well, there should be more. I want to back up just a second and see some things from before. I'm looking for a picture where,
That one.
yeah, let me take, now see what's good here is, well, because you're able to take that proxon and then the stuff down, okay, so it's releasing, and then especially when you soak it, you're seeing how this periopal, see, you don't see the reality of what's really going on with the periopal until you soak it,
You're right.
and then you're going, oh
Absolutely.
my goodness,
Yeah.
and so all this kind of disguises what's really going on. So let's just keep going here a bit. And of course, when you're looking at these views too, you don't realize how small the feet are, how bound they are in back. You know, let's see. I want to go some more here. It takes a bit to go down these.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. See, even a lot of, yeah, you can just really see. I mean, her cartilage is almost pulled straight down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you were really seeing here, and look at the red showing through from the foot being so bound.
Mm-hmm.
See, when the foot is like this, you don't think it's that bound, do you? See, when it's got hair
Not
on it?
that shot. I think
See,
that was a trim before.
yeah. But
Yeah.
see what I'm saying is
Yeah.
when they have the hair, you do not realize, like, see
You're
the hair
right.
in here? You don't
Yeah.
realize how bound these feet are.
Yep.
See, the feet are so deceptive. See there? That
Yep.
doesn't look bound hardly at all, does it?
Mm-mm.
See, let's save that image. Let's see here. Where am I at? Oh, well, okay, let's hold on.
I was so used to looking at her long toe, 4 inch toe, and then I get this, and I just have to wrap my head around it.
Yeah. Whoa, let's see. Yeah, see, a lot of times when you're having those toes, it's kind of taken away from your eyesight of how bound the back of your feet really are.
Yeah.
You know, between that, between the hair, between the moisture has an effect. We're going way back here. I just want to look way back.
Okay.
There's left front. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, there we did. We skipped way forward. Just a second here. I'm looking for a side view. Okay, there's right medial. Now I'm getting blurred. Just a minute here. Okay, I just wanted to go back and refresh myself here.
Okay.
Definitely, this is mechanical laminitis.
Yes.
You know,
Mhm.
foot binding causes mechanical laminitis. Okay, so I think that with this proxon, this is going to make a whole difference. So let's look at what you were talking about, the periopal. Let's see here. Okay, I want to back up. Okay, so we're going to look, here's the right medial. I mean, same thing going on with both feet, but she's worse in the left foot, would you say?
Well, she was just hurting several days, and
Okay.
actually usually the left is better than the right. And
Okay.
it has been for several months, but
Okay.
and
Okay.
why is that thicker on that side again? There's more,
It would be because this side is more compromised.
right?
Because let's see, you might have the same thing going on here as we've been talking about. You can have one heel that's more run forward and one that's more upright, one
Mm-hmm.
that's more curled in. So this one here is probably the more run forward heel. And so that means that all these horn tubules, okay, everything here is pushing forward. So
Mm-hmm.
the periopal is going to get thicker on that side to endeavor to hold the foot together.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the periopal can get really thick. And see, when it was dry, we didn't know how thick it was.
Mm-mm.
Which is interesting. So when it's dry, okay, I'm going to go back to a dry picture here. Just a second here. Maybe if I can find one. Okay, there, when it's dry, see? That's different. I'm going to save that image. Just a minute here. Okay, save. And just a second. We're going to compare here just to show you the difference. Okay, so this is, let me save that. Okay. So hold on here a second because I'm going to take a picture just so you can see what a change soaking a foot makes in what they look like. Hold on. And you got a little different angle here on these, but that's okay. It still gives us an idea. And also, well, I can't say it makes it look more bound, but because these feet are just bound up in the back.
Yep.
More so than even I realized. Okay, so now I'm going to share on this. Okay, so here's the comparison. And again, you know, this one's here is taken from a little bit forward. Okay, but still, you see, now you can really see the periopal on this foot, what's really going on with it. See, to where before, you know, the periopal blends in with the capsule. So you don't realize kind of a lot of what's going on, like how much heel actually needs to be added in back here. But the reason it hasn't been able to be added in is because just regular trimming without being able to sand down these frogs and work on these frogs is not going to release the back of these feet. Like you can be growing in heel for eternity, but if you cannot release that frog to release the heel, see, the frog is going to bind the heels under. And so if you can't release that frog to release those heels and release that periopal, then you're not going to get the foot expansion that you need. Now here we can really see, let me draw on it here, how this coronary band curls down like that. See that?
Yes.
And then the cartilage way down like that too, when it ought to be clear up here.
Mm.
See? And so that frog, okay, no matter how much you're trying to grow heel in here, that frog is going to keep those heels bound. But now Roberta has a proxon, and from what I've seen, and we talked the other day, and she sent me pictures and has been working on it. Now she's able to do some things to that foot that will get it to start releasing and growing at the same time, because you have to have the parts of these feet growing. I think that is probably what has benefited me with my horse more than anything, is using these proxon and these sanding discs to sand everything down. And even if you're just going in there and you're just knocking off and sanding and cleaning everything up, what it does to these feet is it sends a message to these feet that they need to grow. And when they start to grow, then stuff starts to move. And then when you're able to go and you're able to trim down that frog like as if it was being worn in the desert sand, okay, then that's sending messages to the frog to grow, which is going to charge it, cause it to move. And you're also able to take it down enough to where the foot that it's binding can actually move at the same time. So as you use these grinding sanding discs from the proxon on the bottom of this foot, on the rim of the hoof wall, is very important. And over the whole sole and the bars and the frog, it's sending messages. You know, these things, everything on this is tubules. And those tubules are like fiber optics that send messages to the brain to do whatever biological process goes on that says, oh, I'm being worn, grow. See, and I know this is a fact. I've years ago, when I was at the first adoption over here in Girard, Kansas, I talked to this BLM guy about their feet. He said when they first catch them their feet grow like crazy. And then after about 6 months, the growth slows down. And this is when they have the trimmers come in with their hydraulic chutes, and they run the horses through and they flip them over. And before they send them out to adoption, they trim their feet. And then I had a situation where, and so from there, I started, it just makes sense, that the more the horse wears his foot, the faster and more it's going to grow. And so so I always believed that. And so then I had a situation where I had done this experiment, put these boots on Valor, and they were these easy boots that had this funky dial, and it was too tight up by the coronary band, and it damaged his foot up here and put this kind of funky divot in it. And so I wanted that thing to grow out. Okay. And so almost weekly, I would just go and burnish the foot. When I wasn't trimming, I was making sure to go in there and lightly sand the whole thing. And what it did was it encouraged growth. And in 7 months, see, they say it takes a year for this to grow out from here to here. I did it in 7 months. Okay, so I grew a whole new hoof capsule in 7 months and got rid of that ugly divot that it put in the dorsal wall. You don't even know it was ever there. So if we can go in and first of all, it's going to help you clean everything up and unclog everything and move stuff and thin stuff. But just the effect of those sandy discs on the bottom of the foot and the wall and everything is going to make your hoof capsule grow. And I think that's what I think that is happening when we have people who say, well, my heels aren't growing. And I know I'm saying, well, yeah, it's growing, but the growth is adding in up here instead of coming down and out the bottom of the foot. So that then as the growth is added up here, well, it's going to bring this up, see? And so I think that they're right, too. Their heels aren't growing because they're not touching them at all. So it's not sending a message to those horn tubules up to the coronary band that it needs to grow. And that also would be for the survival of the horse. Okay, because if you can get just as much hoof distortion from a foot that is growing and not exfoliating and wearing or breaking off as you can from a foot that's being worn too much. So it stands to reason that if the horn tubules are not being worn hardly at all, the foot is not going to grow very fast. But if they are being worn, then it's going to grow faster. So now my advice now, see, now I've talked myself into this understanding in live time. Okay. That's why we have these. Okay. Okay. So my advice would be to everybody, you got to have one of these proxons. I just don't see, well, I think you can figure some other way, to burnish everything. You can lightly rasp, like small teeth, just a light zippy zoom, and stuff. But what that's going to do is encourage the heels to grow. You're not wanting to take the heel down, but you want to burnish off it enough to make it clean so that it knew something hit it, so that it's going to send messages to wherever that goes to say grow. So I think that we're going to see people doing that, and people who've been saying my heels have not grown, and all of a sudden we're going to see heels growing. This is my logic behind the whole thing anyway. Let me undo this stuff here.
Quick question, because I think I heard Roberta say she was freaking out because the Cheyenne is now more sore on the left front. Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Did she have an abscess?
No.
What is that mark by the coronary band in both pictures?
Where?
Her
Here?
hair.
Yes.
Towards the
Oh,
heel?
I had black socks on and it's just lint.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No.
I
It
tried
was
to
just,
pick it all off. Yeah, that's lint from the
that
sock.
happens to me when I wear black socks too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I want to look at so since you did the trim that we did the other day, is she more sore?
No.
Okay.
Now she'll still hold the foot out just a little bit.
Okay.
Naughty.
Oh, you mean she puts that foot forward?
Yeah, and to the side a little bit.
Yep. Okay. Well, see, my mare Molly used to do that all the time too. How is she when she's walking and moving around?
She's You would never know she had those type of feet.
Okay.
It just amazes me. I don't get it, but
Okay.
honestly, that's how she is.
Okay, because when you say sore, we're imagining her gimping around.
Oh. When
Uh-oh.
oh,
She's totally
well,
lame.
no, she just will hold that foot out and front
Yep.
and to the side.
Okay. Now,
But
see,
she
this is
doesn't limp.
okay, great. We're glad to know that.
My bad.
So Molly, all right, my mare that I used to trim, I got a lot of videos on her for years when I was barefoot trimming. Okay, it was in fact, it was the left front even. Okay, uh, whenever, okay, I'd be trimming the right front. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, the right front. Trying to imagine which side of the tree I had her on. Okay, the right front, as soon as I'd let that right front down, she would take that left front and move it forward. And so I knew she was sore on that foot, and it drove me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I actually restored her heels, she quit doing that. When I had finally unbound her foot, which I didn't even know about unbinding them, but I've been growing heel in for about 6 months before she died, she quit doing it. I mean, the day that I trimmed that right front and I set it down and she didn't move that left front, oh my God, that was a tremendous victory for me,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
Uh, so so yeah, it's just because the binding
Mm.
and uh it's yeah. Does she do it on the other foot?
No.
Isn't that funny? So it's just something about this foot
Yeah.
and the way that it's bound that it's bothering her, an imbalance. So put it forward and over to the side. That's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what my mare did too. But then after her foot was unbound some and I had restored some heels, she quit doing it. Yeah, I remember. Oh, hallelujah, the day she quit that. Used to aggravate me so much because I couldn't figure out why she was doing that all the time, no matter what I do the foot, but I was always trimming her heels out.
Mm-hmm.
And then so finally the day she didn't do that, I knew I was onto something, you know. So I think so we're gonna have to remember to do this that when uh that that when we're saying a horse is sore, we need to define where and how they're sore and what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, so I didn't have you do anything that really butchered her. Okay, good. That's good.
No, I did put those notches in though. I thought, well, should
Yeah,
I do it or should I not? Not.
I don't think it hurt,
Yeah.
but okay, but I'm also looking at the toe is not excessively long. The problem, as we are seeing, is this rounded bound foot, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and stuff. So now that you have the procs on and you're starting to work on the frog, so let's go look at the rest of these pictures
Okay.
right now. So
I have a question. I know that she does have the periopal rope.
yeah, now we
And
see it, don't we?
Yeah. I was going to trim it out, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Just do I
well,
do
I'm
all
glad you
that?
didn't. We'll just kind of wait and look here
Okay.
and then make a decision. So let's see here. So I gotta go find where it was here. Go back to oh to do. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so this was interesting. Let me save image. I went and got the older picture and then combined it with this just to see. Now you can really see that periopal, and these wrinkles in it. Okay, so you imagine it that the foot is supposed to be bigger. Okay, you wouldn't see these little creases and wrinkles in the periopal. See, the periopal has had to shrink up. That's another thing too. As the foot gets smaller, well, the periopal reduces and shrinks up in size and gets thicker. Isn't that interesting? That makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Just like the sole, when the circumference of the whole foot gets smaller, the sole tubules get closer together, and so the sole gets denser and thicker. So very interesting here how you now really see that periopal rope, you know, and just the reality of what's going on in the periopal here is very, very interesting. And so as well, I want you to notice something. How let me get to annotate here. Okay, look how pulled down this is here. But look here how not as pulled down. See there? How with the loosening of this, it loosened up. Look at what I want you to look at specifically is the hair, the difference. Let me undo this here. You see the difference right in here? Also,
I do.
this got a little wider over here. I mean, you can just see that this moved up some and was released some, all this in here. Wouldn't do that if one end or they're under pressure already, right?
Right.
So that moisture, trimming down that frog the way you did, trimming down the periopal, all and the bars, all of that helped loosen stuff up so that that foot released some. That periopal stretch, the foot released because the periopal got wet, you know. And so, that periopal, when it hardens up, it is like it's harder than hoof wall. And man, it holds that foot together. So, so we're seeing a good thing here, you know. And the fact that she's not, she's not out there limping and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
that's a really good thing too. But the part about her not wanting to set a foot forward, it's going to be a while before it gets to that point.
Okay.
More of the foot has to come unbound.
Mm-hmm.
And the true heel come in where it's supposed to. Let's see here. Just a minute. Okay, so I want to go look at a sole view and compare how you had to trim before compared with what you have now. Now, I'm going to ask you a question too, because okay, so Roberta, you bought a Proxon how long have you had your procs on now?
Honestly,
Yeah.
couple months.
Okay, but you didn't use it very much?
Yeah.
Okay. And so now you're just really kind of starting to use it?
Yes.
And was it scary?
No,
No? Okay. But you can
not so bad.
not so bad. Okay.
You just gotta, I know I've learned you've got to be careful of what grit. Whether
Okay.
if you use flap disc, just be careful of the grit, because with her sole,
Mm-hmm.
if I just brush up against it with a real fine paper, at
Yeah.
that time it would stay soft.
Okay.
So if anybody has feet like mine,
Okay. Well,
yeah.
yeah, because they're so bound and so compromised, you really don't. I mean, even though the circumference is smaller, and so the sole tubules are stuck together, and your sole is more dense, it's still probably very thin
Mm-hmm.
at the same time. So, okay. Oh, great. So I'm going to go back to uh, right here. Okay, so let's go back. So, okay, I'm in the wrong one. Just a minute. Share. Okay. Yeah, that periopal rope became very evident there. And you can see, like if you go real close and you'll see a crack right here. That's because the rope is pulled down, but the bulb is wrapped into the center. So, yeah, well, I mean, yep or do. And that was medial, right?
This side's lateral.
Oh, that's right.
And
That's right medial.
Yeah, that's right front.
Okay. And this is left
Left.
lateral.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is left medial.
Medial.
And we kind of see the same thing we saw on Leah's horse, where this side is really much more in alignment than the other side, where you got one heel that's run forward more, and the horn tubules more forward, like that. But what I think is the main thing, not to worry about this toe at all, just maintain it. You know, we're not going to try and back it up or anything like that. We're just going to maintain it where it's at, and then work at unbinding and growing in the back of the foot. And the one way that's going to help grow it in now is taking that proxon and cleaning these up. Like, let me show you here. Find those. Okay, I'm looking for the pictures where you had the foot, and I told, okay, that's where you cleaned up the wall, right?
Correct.
With the proxon. So that was real good. So, okay, so this is where, no, that's right front. Let me go back. It doesn't matter. You did the same thing on both feet.
Yeah.
So there's the left front. Now I want you to notice how Roberta had taken her proxon and she just touched the front of the toe wall. Okay. And you see how that cleaned that up like that? Just that is burnishing those horn tubules. That's going to send a message. Oh, something's going on. We're moving. Start growing. Okay. But if you never, because we want to grow in heels, so I never touch them and they're not growing. Well, I think we know why now. Okay. All these little pieces have come together, that if we just take, whether it's a rasp with the lightest of teeth, and you just barely burnish those, like every other day or something like that. You don't want to take any hoof wall off. You're just barely sanding, keeping those, maybe every 3 or 4 days, whatever. If you ain't got much foot, you kind of got to be careful. But if you come in and burnish those with a little sandpaper, anything, okay, it's going to encourage them to grow. Let's see.
Yeah, you stimulate what you trim.
There
And
you
what's
go.
never touched can atrophy. That's why I will notice the sole in the seat of the corn of the heel will atrophy and almost go away. But even if it's lower, if you scribe it a little bit, you help stimulate it to grow in better.
Hey,
So,
yeah.
yeah, you stimulate what you trim.
Yeah. And it's just like when the bars are displaced and over where the sole should be growing, that sole won't grow. You know. So getting bars off of things. Now so anyway, I had Roberta come in here and clean up the whole sole. Well, I think she'd already done that actually on a previous trim and cleaned up the bars here. Okay, so then I had her come in and clean up the whole wall because we need this wall to be growing to unbind the back of this foot. And so let's go this way now. Okay, so now that's the right front. She did the same. Here's the left front. So she came in and she cleaned. You hit all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's really good because we're going to see, we're going to experiment. Is this going to encourage her heels start growing again? Because did you feel like your heels weren't growing?
Yes.
Okay. So now we'll be able to tell the difference. Now, another thing she did was she lightly burnished the inside of the outside of the bar wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's go and I'll show you what her bars were looking like. Now, so this is a combination, what I'm finding in the frogs and the bars and all that, it's a combination between using your proxon and using a knife, and sometimes back and forth, you know, you to work on these. So let's go back this way. Forgot what I was gonna look at here. Is that the left front? No, that's the right front.
That's right.
Okay, here's the left front, but let's go back this way. Do. Nope. Need to go back further. Wrong horse.
Yep.
Okay. Right front. Okay, so there's the left front. So now I want you to look at how the hoof wall looks here. Okay, so trying to grow in heels, never touching these heels, okay, it's not going to want to grow. And so just having this proxon, first of all, to clean up the sole and the bars. Now you see how it is here. Just a minute, I'm going to save the image. And we're going to look at the bars in the next picture, and you're going to see how much more the wall and the bars are defined, how she was able to more define those bars. So just a minute here. Oh, just a second here. I'll find it, get back to it. Let's see. Okay. Well, this will still work. Well, that's just out of the boot. So let's go back to where you first trimmed. Okay. Save as.
This is the right front.
Oh.
But you can see where I sanded the bar wall too.
Yeah. How about this one? Is this the right one? Yeah, this is okay. This is what I want. Save image as. Yeah, this was looking real good here. Just a minute here. I want to flip them both over and then compare them in a comparison photo. Okay. Okay.
For what it's worth, I am rooting so hard for you and Cheyenne.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. That's right, fun. Get rid of you. There we go. Okay. Okay, there's left front. And let me find the other left front. And there's the other left front. Okay, so hold on. Sorry, it takes so long here. Okay, now I got to take a picture of it. A second. Okay, I finally got it. A second here. Share. Okay, there. So there's a comparison photo of what that does of beveling the wall.
Oh, wow.
As well as cleaning it up. See, and then cleaning up the sole and the bars. See how you can she has been able to define the bars a little more so she can see where they're at. As well as smoothing out and trimming up the frog. Let's see here. There we go. So I just think this is something that everybody needs to be able to do. That's why Tiffany, I know sooner or later you're going to be able to use that Proxon on that little Morgan horse.
Soon enough.
Soon enough. you know, um, uh, when I first started using these tools, it was nervous. But see, then this thing happened where Neil lost his job. And so I decided to become a professional trimmer overnight. And I put out flyers. Hey, this is how big a bunch of BS the whole thing is, right? So, but heck, what the heck, all it is what? Take down the heels, don't touch the toe callus, and do a Mustang roll, voila, right? So, for survival reasons, I hung that shingle out there. That's what they call it, hanging out a shingle, because they used to take a wooden shingle off a house and make a sign on it and stick it in the ground to advertise their services. That's why they call it. In case nobody ever heard of that, I'm sure the older folks have. How you're hanging out a shingle, starting a business. And so I hung out a shingle. I made only, I used a copier and a computer to make a nice one. That's when I first started calling myself the Happy Hoof, which I stole from somebody else, just so you know. Um, so uh, uh, anyway, but I wasn't planning on being on YouTube and all that. At that time, I wasn't. So then Neil, who had trimmed horses and shod horses when we worked on ranches, we both went around trimming horses for like about 5 or 6 months. And anyway, why was I telling that story? Can anybody remember what the context was? God, I hate that. Anyway, oh yeah. In the meantime, I had run into people on the internet that were using a grinder. Phil Moray, and anybody ever heard of him?
Nope.
He's the one that started this whole angle grinding stuff. and you could buy a whole kit from him. You could buy the grinder from him, and it came with a tail tie. I want to make sure you tie them tails up and stuff like that. And so, in order to make it easier for us, we started using a grinder. And frankly, I was amazed at how you could just walk right up to some of these horses, pick up their feet, and just go to it. We were at these one people's place, and anyway, this gal was saying that horse will never let you put a grinder to his foot. And Neil just walked up there, picked up his foot, and started, and the horse just stood there. Which a lot of times they'll do, okay? But if you sneak up on them like they're gonna go crazy, then they think, what's she afraid of? Oh, well, I ought to be afraid too. That's how much they tap into you, you know. So not saying that's the best idea to do necessarily, but I'm just saying it's amazing how these horses will take to these. See, especially little one. Okay. Anyway, I'm glad that my life as a professional trimmer didn't go on for very long. Now, I did have about at the most I had steady at one time was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 12 horses that I trimmed consistently plus my own for about 2 years. And then after that, I had this one guy that I still trimmed for. He's got one horse left. The rest died. Not because of me. Okay. Anyway, I still have this one horse that I've been trimming now almost as long as my own. So anyway, that was the extent of my so-called professional career. But what I'm telling you is anybody can do that. All these people you see on Facebook, okay, even if they went, traveled to so-and-so's little school or whatever, okay, anybody, all these people, a lot of them, all they did was go and learn something from this guy, that guy, put their eclectic trim together, and then hang a shingle out, put a Facebook page out, or put a web page out, and they became an expert. Okay. I started a YouTube channel, and all of a sudden I became an expert. And I wasn't. But here's the deal. The experts aren't experts because the stuff they know is all incorrect. See? And it's not just that it's incorrect, so much incorrect on their understanding of the anatomy. I didn't want to find any of that out. I just wanted to learn what is the anatomy and why isn't my horse working? And that's how I found out. So, but the practice, see, doctrine and practice go hand in hand. And the things they believe that they teach in the schools, that they teach in the farriery schools, the barefoot schools, the vet schools, okay, the conclusions they come to are called doctrines. See, they are doctrines. Whether it's in medicine or law or anything like that, when these people come to a conclusion, it becomes their teaching, which is a doctrine. See, the word doctrine, Greek word translated doctrine is didaskalia. Okay, then I don't even know what language the word doctrine came out of, but the word in Greek, didaskalia, that's translated doctrine, yes, in the Greek version of the New Testament. Okay, don't be freaked out at that if you're not a God believer or whatever, because the fact of the matter is, guess what? All the scientific words in every in our English language all come from Greek and Latin, just so you know. In fact, so many of our words are Latinized or Grecianized or whatever. In fact, the English language itself is a combination of so many languages. It's unbelievable. Come here. You know where that comes from? Germany. Come and see here. Guess what? Come here. So we have those words in our language because the Germans, we have lots of French words in our language. So the word doctrine, all right, that just meant teaching. Of course, then the church religiousized it and made up the word doctrine because, that sounds so hard and mean, right? Don't be changing the doctrine and stuff. When the Greek word itself, didaskalia, look how soft that sounds. Didaskalia, because it simply meant teaching. All right. So you could teach somebody the truth, or you could teach somebody something that was incorrect, right? And stuff. But when we make up a word that's very hard, like doctrine, then everybody gets stuck on it. And so these teachings in the Farrier School, these are their doctrines, which have become dogmas, which they are just so set on because this is what they practice. So if you believe this doctrine, which is really teaching, that you think is true, but it's really false, and it's about the anatomy of the foot, it leads to what you're going to practice on that foot. And so then you're going to trim the heels down and stuff because you've been taught a false doctrine or a false teaching as true when it's really false and stuff. So this is what happens in these academic circles. And so then when it gets to the high mucky muck, the academics, it's like pulling teeth to get them to change anything. But sooner or later, if it starts hitting them in the pocketbook, they'll change. Just like the farriers all started picking up barefoot trimming because it hit them in the pocketbook. And of course, what were they doing there? They were just picking up something as bad or worse than what they were already doing. And they're all doing the same thing. They're trimming the heels out of the horse. And that's where all these major problems stem from for the last 250 years. Okay, so I'm overdone with that lecture. So you see this foot. So it's going to be interesting to see if we get more progress now that Roberta is learning how to use that proxon and clean up these walls. Anyway, there we go. So Roberta, now another thing she did was she lightly also burnished the inside of the wall here. Okay. So for right now, I think what we're going to do is just have you keep like every four days or so, just come in here and lightly burnish these areas in here and lightly clean up different areas to see if we notice if this foot starts growing more. What do you think?
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so you can be the guinea pig. Well, the horse. The horse is the guinea pig.
Right.
You're the lab assistant.
She's really gonna love me.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. And I'll record. I'll keep up with it and
Okay.
take pictures as I go.
Okay. And now you see also the red right here. You can bet this is where the actual foot is. Now they would say coffin bone, right? But guess
Yeah.
what? That coffin bone is covered with a big thick sock called corium. So this is the outline of the foot here. And the reason that you have this outline is not because she took the foot too short. You got the same bruising up here. It's just that now you can see it. See, what these people don't realize is that most of these soles are compromised, are bleeding internally because of all the pressure and internal damage going on in the foot from the foot binding. Because so it's just when you clean up the sole, which they never do,
Mm-hmm.
that you will see the reality of what's really going on. So you see this pressure around here. This is from the foot, okay, look here. Let's go back to here, just a second here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on, share. Okay, so let's look at a side view. Okay, so here's our side view. So, okay, so this is pulled down here like that, when this is supposed to be more like that. Okay, so the internal foot, the anatomy of the internal foot, you know, all this here, you got your cartilage, you got your coronary band, you got your heels here. All of this here has been compressed from being out here into here. So it has shoved inward that way into the anatomy that was already there. It's not like the foot was hollow. Okay. So all this has been pulled down and shoved in and shoved into the coffin joint here. Where are we at here? Just a second. Okay, so here's the coffin bone, was like this. And when it shoved into the coffin joint, it made the internal, the coffin bone and the internal toe of the foot go like that, shoving it down. Okay, so this was all shoved in here, and you have a joint here. With your coffin bone, it forced it down like this. So it is pressing, being forced against the sole right here. So what does that do? That does this. Just see. Share. See it? See how it's being forced onto the sole, pressed on the sole right here? Right in here. So when you release that foot, it takes the pressure off that joint so it's not being forced forward, forcing the toe of the coffin bone to press down on the sole. That's how you wear the toes off. When you look at these x-rays where the toe of the coffin bone has worn away or is curved, this is what it's from. This is why it is mechanical laminitis, because the wall, the toe, you saw the flare in the toe, right? The curve in the wall, because it is forcing the toe of that foot away from the wall. The wall is being pushed forward, the toe is being forced back, and it's creating a space in here, and that's stretching and pulling the foot away from the lamina, hence mechanical laminitis. And we're the only ones that know this is what's going on. So this is caused by the way the horses are trimmed. Now, it can happen. It could happen in a natural type of deal too, to where the wall can get way too long and start pulling forward, and so the horse has like on a clown shoe here, and as he walks, the wall is forced forward and the internal toe is forced down and back, as if he's, if anybody's ever walked in shoes too big for him, like flippers or whatever, or just too big of shoes, your foot wants to come out of the shoe, right? So you think of the motion of a foot coming out of a shoe. So that is a different form of mechanical laminitis, where the toe gets too long for the foot. But this kind is where all the anatomy has been pulled down and shoved forward into that joint, forcing the joint forward, which is rotating and forcing the front of the foot, internal foot, down and back away from the dorsal wall of the hoof capsule. See, everybody understand that, kinda? See, I need to do some dissections, get me some bones and put them together, and then get me a bunch of clay and stuff and show you how that works, show you how it all does that. See, because otherwise you just have to use your imagination, you know? Okay. Yep. Trimming induced mechanical laminitis. All these horses have it to one degree or another. You know, whenever the back of the foot ain't right, it's going to affect, it affects the toe. Who'd have thought? Okay, so that's what we need to work on, growing in the heels, releasing the back of the foot, expanding the back of the foot, lifting, taking that foot binding out of there. Let's see. Now the good thing for Cheyenne is that she's not doing the laminitis. I can't hardly walk and laying down all the time, right?
Correct.
So there we go.
Yeah. Amen.
Amen to that. Yeah. Now, if I guarantee she would be if somebody had come in here and just taken this toe out. Okay. She'd probably
Mhm.
been as bound as she is and
Oh my.
compromising the toe like that. She'd be on her way to dead horse. She'd be dead
Yeah.
horse walking,
Absolutely.
you know?
Yep.
Because and so that's why I've been really, no, don't do much to the toe. We did more to the toe this time than ever before,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and stuff. And now I'm looking at it and thinking, yeah, no more. No more. Don't want to do any more of
Well,
that.
I did notice too. Let's see. In one of the pictures, you can see where it's on the right back a little, maybe an eighth of an inch, quarter
Mm-hmm.
inch. You can see a dark line, and that's where it was separating.
Okay.
So maybe we probably did need to do that toe like you
Okay.
told me to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there's just this fine balance
Mm-hmm.
in allowing that toe to be and do its thing to hold the foot together, you know, and then getting too long to where the foot's going to fall apart, you know, or getting too much and having the foot fall apart that way. There's like this really fine line going on there on how to
Mm-hmm.
deal with the toe. So,
Okay.
okay. Okay, so I'm thinking here in a few days, we'll see how she's doing. And then maybe in 4 or 5 days, have you burnish this some more. Even just a light whoosh of the sandpaper, you know, just
Mm-hmm.
whoosh, whoosh. That's going to encourage that to grow.
Okay.
So yeah, this is where we're at now. Eventually, now what you see here is you really see more of how thick the outer horn pigmented tubules are on the bars,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So let's see. I gotta see something here. Just a second. Hmm. Well, just a second here. Okay, so I want to enlarge this because now we can really see. Okay, so you know that the darker pigmented wall has more tubules and strength in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then as you see how you can see the layers of the bar here now? So you got
Yes.
your darker outer wall, and then you go in here. Now there's probably still some lamina we may not be seeing exactly yet. But here, well, there we can see a little bit of the lamina. See the little lines
Yes.
and stuff. So there's your laminal line over there, and it would extend into here. Okay. But now see the layer of bar wall
Mm-hmm.
there, but your bars are this thick right here. This here shows about where your true bar ends.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but this doesn't, because this is all distorted, deformed
Right.
bar up here from the heels being and of course they're shoved forward as well because
Mm-hmm.
of how the back of the foot is bound. But see, isn't this much nicer and defined what you see here? And eventually you're going to get, so you just clean up little areas like this as well. Okay, because that ain't going to grow as long as it's if it's not kind of renewed.
Okay.
See? Okay. We don't want to go overboard, but we do want to start getting all this to growing, and eventually we're going to wind up taking more of this bar here to release more of the back of this foot. But for now, let's just get this growing, burnishing it, all like what you're doing. And but yeah, we will have to release more of this bar because the foot is so bound and forward. And so these are actually not even at a place where they should be at all.
Yeah.
They're just growing there because the back of the foot has been jammed and curved down to there.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to look at the sole view of the let's see. Let me see. Sole view, if you had it. Did you have a sole view of the periopal one where you'd soaked it? Did you take a sole view?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in there.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, I see. I forget they got to do these pictures like this now.
Oh yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Where they're all piled on top of one another. They used to be you just kind of in a flat where you could see them.
Right.
Okay, so I want to look at the sole view. Oh, I'm looking at the right front again. Just a minute. Left, left, left. Okay, I'm going to save this image and we're going to look at it. See what I mean? 3D. You're looking at all these different angles trying to figure out what's going on. Let's see, share. Okay. So this is the one now with the periopal. Okay. Well, didn't that just change color all over the place? No, that's the right front now. Never mind. Hold on. Gotta find this picture. Hold on. Left front. Okay. Nope. 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 Still wrong. Just a minute. I'm having a hard time finding stuff here. Just a second. Share. Here, look at this while I'm looking. While I'm hunting for it. Hold on. let's see. Oh. Okay, so okay, let's see. Okay, let's flip it around. Okay, and it's like I was telling Leah about how when you get a chance, I want you to really feel this in here, because you see how these frog lips are totally well, you can see how the bulbs are pulled in here, and you can see, I know you've got a piece of frog in here that maybe you might be able to put a small slit in,
Do
you
I
know,
do it the whole length?
if you can, from about here to here.
Okay.
Yeah. See, because you're going to see, look at the cut you see right here.
Mm-hmm.
See that? See, you already see one right here. A little
Okay.
crease. See it?
Okay. I do now. Yeah.
Okay. So if you could just, and I can feel, because when I put that scalpel in, I can just hear people now. They're using scalpels. They're doing live dissections. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so you're just cutting frog, of course don't want to cut into the frog corium, but you can feel it. You can feel that it's still firm on the bottom. And so you're just going to want to make a little, like 2/8 of an inch, from up here down to here. And just that, I have noticed such a big difference in as them horses move, because the way the foot works is to spread those heels out. When that pastern comes down onto the digital cushion, onto the frog stay right here, pushing it down, then it widens it out. If you don't put a slit in here, it can't spread. See, and that's what we want. We want it to spread.
Okay.
So, uh, okay, so, and then you can see here where she cleaned, you can see like the marks of the proxon here, but you see the dirt line here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that means that this is still bar that's grown up over sole here. So
Okay.
eventually you'll be winding up taking these bars down even more, following this dirt line out like you're just taking off the side, you know? You're just following it down. You're doing a great job, though. I mean, this is the best. This is the best that it's ever looked, and this is where we're going to now start seeing more and more improvement, as this back of this foot becomes unbound. But I do believe we're going to have to get off some more of this bar.
Okay.
Okay. And then put a slit in the frog. But hey, this is looking really good. This is very promising here. Man, her feet are going to feel so much better too when the pressure is taken off that toe.
Oh, I can't imagine. It's been so long
Yeah.
for her.
So this will be a great testimony, and
Absolutely.
I have a lot of hope for her, and especially the fact that she's not, limping around all laminitis walk all over the place.
Exactly.
Her feet have laminitis, but they haven't fallen apart. They're all still contained in her foot binding,
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. And a lot of that, again, is because the toe has not been severely compromised. So, okay, well,
Would I trim the periopal rope or just kind of leave it for now?
well, let's look at it. Let's see. I wouldn't like thin all this up here. Okay. because she's really bound.
Yeah.
And instead of trimming up the whole periopal rope at this time, let's just work on the bars and
Yeah.
growing some of this in. Let's work on getting the bars cleaned up more.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we want, because she is so bound, I think we want her to grow some more heel in
Okay.
up in here, and then we can work on releasing this, because I wouldn't want to release her into nothing.
Exactly.
You know, she really does need to have a bigger hoof capsule. I mean,
agree.
that is, yeah, she needs
It's
to
little.
add some more up here. Yeah, it is really little, you know. Now, it's interesting here. Watch this, just a second here. Okay, so if we were to follow this wall down, like where it wants to go, see there? So it starts to flare out right here. Okay, and then if we were to follow this hoof forward, look where it's growing. See, sooner or later they'd come together down there. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be that this back here would be at the same angle. The true heel, even this piece of sidewall here, should be at the same angle. See there? So now you know, okay, so if I take two lines that are like this, that have this, okay, and then I pull these together, eventually like so. Well, you know what I mean. What's it going to do up here? Just a second here. Well, what's it going to do to that piece? Right? It's going to bend it, right? So that's what's going on. Okay, there's a foot inside there. Okay, and so it's bent that foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to undo all that. Yeah, wow. I mean, her old foot, but she's got a very strong foot, and look how thick that periopal really is. Holding and binding that foot together. So that's great. Yeah, well, that's what we'll work on. Just totally unbinding, growing heels in and unbinding, just maintaining the dorsal wall here.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I thank you.
I thank you. Okay, Tiffany. Have you got any questions or anything you'd like to talk about?
Yes, I do, and it'll be quick, I promise.
No, it doesn't have to be quick.
Well, I feel like I take a lot of your time.
No, you don't.
Thank you. Yes, I sent you an updated left hind where that periopal seems to be disconnecting, and I'm wondering if I'm going to ask you permission to take that off, or should I leave it?
Okay. Well, let's take a look at it here. Let's see, share.
I can.
Okay. One thing I want to tell people is, and you know, this started from Riza. Okay. I don't think I ever told people to trim this periopal off the bulbs. Okay. He started doing that, and he did a video, and then people just started doing it, and I didn't really glom on to what they were exactly doing. Okay. So one thing you don't want to do is trim periopal off of the bulbs. Um, because you're wanting to you're wanting to thin this frog out, okay, so that the whole frog and all moves back, and gradually that will start reducing itself. So you want to make sure you're not taking periopal off the bulbs. Now, I don't know if you did that, okay?
No, if you go to the picture before that,
Okay.
it's ripping by itself. From last
Okay.
week, it started to open up.
Okay. Oh,
There.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So see how that's tearing and disconnecting?
Yeah. And I just looked at my own horse's feet, and I got some of the same stuff going on. I remember like this part here, I can see it wants to come apart.
That's right.
In fact, they've actually already come out of that. I mean, of course, look at this whole piece here, isn't it? It's not just this little piece.
No,
It's
from the
the
week.
whole
That's right.
deal. Now this is interesting because obviously, if it wasn't forced in there under pressure, when it got wet and softened up, it would not have come out the back, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing, it's already got another piece of periopal skin on it, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's not like it's a bloody stump.
No. But that periopal, it's a thick thing. If you go back to last week's pictures, you'll see where it started, how it started. And right now, there is how it's.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, from an outsider's perspective, but living it was kind of terrible.
Oh, yeah. And it's my horse's whole foot did that on both front feet. That was when I first started realizing that the foot was bound. The whole back of his foot erupted, and it freaked me out. I didn't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm joining your club, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, you're joining the club.
So the reason why I'm asking if I can take that off, although I do know what you're talking about with the Reza video, I did not do that, but because this flap is expanding and growing, and now the other side, if you go forward, and blow it up, you'll see that the other side is starting to tear. I just don't want stuff to get inside like sand and dirt.
Okay.
So I'm curious, there, should I?
I wouldn't take off this side, but if this is loose, anything that is under dirt, like you could follow that out and cut it out, and I bet you're going to find just that's full of dirt under there.
Correct. And I just don't want any abscess or stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure you could take that off. Okay. And also, you can probably clean up your frog stay area some more.
Yes, if you go forward to the next picture, I did that while we were on the Hoof chat with Cheyenne.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
So,
there you go. Let me see, this horse has such big, good, strong feet.
Thanks God.
Morgan feet. Oh, they're wonderful. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you see his bulb skin, how it's pulled under his foot?
I do.
And stuff. So, yeah, and you can still clean up more sides of the frog. Look at how this wants to move right here. See that? See the dirt line?
No, I don't see your mouse. Maybe it's me.
Oh, sorry. Wait a minute.
Oh, wait. There you are. Okay. It's me.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So see this right here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you can take all of that out. You can thin up the sides here.
Okay.
Okay. But you see where your apex has moved?
Yes.
Back. It used to be here. Now it's back here. And now it's created a dirt line there. See it?
Yes.
It's pulled back. So that's good. So, and look at the wonderful hoof wall on this guy. Look how thick his hoof walls are.
Yeah.
And the darker pigmentation, the stronger the wall.
Oh.
Like he has very little water line.
Okay.
The weaker the foot, the more the water line. And all these horses probably started out with very thick, darker pigmentation. Well, even white feet have pigment. Okay, you just don't see it in the same way. But look how thin the water line is. Okay, see, that's what you see in the wild horses. And this is what you've seen in Elena's horse's feet. Same type of deal. Similar feet and stuff. So you're doing good here and stuff. Now you almost got that bar defined. Look at there. You can kind of see the white line.
Working on it. We're
Yep.
working on it.
You're doing good.
Okay.
You're doing good. And just the fact that his foot is doing that in back is showing good progress. Okay.
I like that spin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's how I found out. I trying to think where I might have those pictures. Let's see. Let me go see if I can find them. Hold on.
So while you're looking to recap, it's okay to remove that little rubber band of periopal where it's kind of disconnected and collecting dirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Okay.
Take pictures when you do it so that we can share them and other people when they see their feet expanding and, you know, growing a different set of periopal.
You got it.
You know.
I'll put it in the museum.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah. Put
Periopal
it in the
museum.
tact museum.
There you go.
Let's see here. See. Okay, that's not it. I'm going to see if I can find pictures where Valor's feet did that. It's been a long time since I looked at them older ones. Ah, wait a minute. Might have it here. Hmm. Aha. Aha. I think I might have found it, maybe. Oh, no, that's clear before 2014. Just a minute. Oh, I'll have to find it probably for next week because I need to spend some time just arranging photos. Crying out loud. PQRSTUV. Well, I'm sorry, I can't find it. But okay, you know how yours was the whole back all the way across, separated like the width of my thumb, all the way across. Now at first, because I was looking at a side view, okay, and of course that means the bulbs expanded, right? And stuff. So at first, when I was looking at it, I thought that my heels ran forward. But instead, what happened was my bulbs expanded.
Correct.
Uh, yeah, I was really shocked and freaked out.
Correct.
Yeah. So I understand how you feel for sure. Wish I could find that, but I can't. Okay. Well, anyway, what else do you think you need to talk about?
Me, Tiffany?
Yeah.
I feel good other than that.
Okay.
Do you want to say anything?
No, I think you're headed in a good direction there. Um, just I would get so I could use my proxon. I would practice on wood or something like that and just turn it off and on around my horse and you know, look at
Yes.
find some YouTube videos, I don't know, on using clippers, how they train horses for clippers and you
Yeah, I
know,
think I think it's more me than him. I think, like you said with your husband, he'll probably be fine. It's me. This is
okay.
totally a Tiffany issue.
Okay. Hey, I want everybody to look here too. Look at the slit in the frog stay.
Yes,
See,
that's
so
natural. Just to be.
yeah, so they naturally do that on their own as well as another form of self-trimming, you know. Obviously the frog has moved. The bulbs have, well, look, if the bulbs have moved, you know that the frog, that all the internal parts of the fur have moved a little bit, and now we have this frog slit. So we can make a frog slit ourselves to facilitate the same kind of stuff. All right. Okay, well, let's see here now. Kathy, are do you need to know anything else, Tiffany?
No, thank you for asking. I feel complete. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Kathy, can you hear me?
I can.
Is there anything you'd like to talk about or?
No, I was just interested with Roberta because Chance's feet are very much
Yes.
like Cheyenne's feet, so that was good stuff. I mean, I've been doing a lot of that as far as trying to keep the bars cleaned up because when I started, his bars were basically just across his whole sole.
Yeah.
So I clean them up, and by the time I do them again, they're lumpy, bumpy, but they're getting where they're staying closer to where the bar is supposed to be.
Okay, good.
So,
Yeah.
and trying to really keep the frog cleaned up. I did order some scalpels, so trying to get brave enough to do that on him and on Gordon
Yeah.
to help them open those up more. But just trying to get him back because over the winter I just could not stay on top of doing his feet. So they got long and out in front of him. So
Okay.
just I'm starting to kind of get him back where we were, but I'll try to do a set of pictures this next time I trim him.
Okay, that'd be
And
great.
get some input from you as to where we are, where we need to go, kind of a thing. And same with Gordon. He's got that one front foot that's pancaked and wants to crack. And even though I think I'm getting the quarters back, I obviously not. So,
Okay. Well,
but
take some pictures. We'd be glad to help you.
yeah. So I kind of get where I'm going. I've done this for a year now with y'all, and so I'm really starting to be able to see things and go,
good.
This is what I need to do. This is what I'm missing. So I'm starting to see things better. But definitely time for me to get some feedback and see where I'm at. So
Okay. Okay. Yep. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better about what you're doing and being able to see things and stuff with hoof in hand.
Yep.
and stuff. And that's just the thing we want everybody to eventually be able to do is see it on their own and need no one. You know what I mean?
Well, it's always good to have another
Oh,
perspective,
for sure. Yeah,
especially
and we
your own horses. You sometimes lose your perspective, and you need that
yeah,
inside eye to look to
yeah.
get you in the right place.
Yeah, that's a great thing about being in a group and being able to talk these things over and stuff like that. But what I meant was ultimately, I really want people to be able to be independent and not have to depend on a farrier or a trimmer if they don't have to. Now, if we could find somebody who would trim right for us and pay them, I'm all for that.
Well, I do have a farrier that I'm having help me with my mare because she and I just have not been able to
Get along.
work things out where I can pick her foot up and
Okay.
hold it and trim, and she'll be great if I hold her while somebody else does her.
Oh, okay.
But he's been very good.
Great.
I've just started with little things. I've already kind of discussed your work with him some along the way anyway, and just asking him to keep the toe quarters because he kind of does square toes. So
Yeah.
I've got him, and if he doesn't get it right, I say you just need to take a little bit more, and he's been very good about
Well,
doing
bless
that.
his heart then.
I'm having him like trim her, but not touch her heels as he trims her to, just. So he's been really good. He's not big on trimming frogs and that kind of thing, but I'm hoping that I can get to where I can at least start picking her feet up and maybe get her frogs trimmed where I want them to be. But so I'm kind of keeping her on where she's at, and we're certainly not getting any worse than where we were. And she's got great feet. I mean,
Okay, well, good.
got great feet. So,
Okay.
but hopefully I'm training one.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but
Well, now you know how them farriers feel.
yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing though, because he does all the other horses at the barn where I work.
Yep.
She developed a crack in her right front toe. And that's the foot that wants to be square. I mean, I had him retrim it because he didn't get it quite as round as the left foot. But when he came back to trimmer, it had squared itself off some and had developed a crack. And I got him to like really get her quarters back again. But the interesting thing is there's two other horses, that one mare that's barefoot and a horse that's shod. They both have a crack in their right front.
Mm-hmm.
And saying
center?
those feet want to be more square, even though he does square. Those foot are squarer than the left foot.
Now, had we talked about this before? About that crack? Is it a crack in the center of the toe?
Yes. So we've just, and that's what I'm trying to explain to him. I said, when you let those toe quarters get long, the pressure it puts on that is what creates the crack in the toe.
Yeah.
Now, whether he's blowing me off and just going, yeah, whatever, but maybe if I can try to keep him, especially with my mare, keeping those quarters back and that crack disappears, maybe he'll, because she's never had a crack before.
Yeah, no, that is why
so
it's happening.
I'm hoping maybe if he realizes that. But the interesting thing is, even on this other barefoot mare, even though the foot was more rounded, it like got squarer as they went through the cycle.
Yeah.
So,
well,
is that something to do with the, most horses are right-handed and bear more weight on that right front anyway? So I'm wondering if there's a connection there.
Well, they leave the toe quarters high because they've been taught they're a base of support. Okay. So then the sides of the toe become levers pulling out two different directions, and that splits the toe in the center.
But it's interesting that on those three horses in particular, it's always the right front. And that's why
I see what you're saying.
I'm wondering if it's because the right front is usually they're right-handed and they bear more weight on that right front.
Yeah, for sure.
And that would create the foot deforming a bit more because of that. And if you don't stay on top of it, then they do get more square.
Yep. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just was a realization that I had when he was there the other day, and we trimmed all the trim horses. And then we had the one my friend's gelding has had a crack in that foot, which cuts better sometimes, and then it gets worse. And
Yeah.
so yeah, but they're all right front.
Are you the horse holder?
I am. We have 12 horses at the barn, and
Okay.
I handle 11 of them.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, that's great. You get to watch him a lot then.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of at a bad angle, but
We-
still.
we have conversation. I mean, he's a lot less, he's softer in his approach to people and horses, and
Good.
seems a little more open. We have discussions about feet a lot. So
Uh-huh. Well, that's great.
so we'll see.
Yeah.
But he's been doing it a long time. So
Yeah.
he's going to be set in his ways.
Oh, for sure. God forbid. Of course, women aren't any better.
Yeah.
All right. So I can't say it's a man thing.
Yeah.
All right. Because, and I know she ain't never going to watch this. So, and I ain't going to mention her name anyway. But anyway, and she's a great gal. Okay. And she is, really has been a farrier many years, like fully trained on the track, works, and stuff. But she still don't get it. And she's been in with the tact group, and she makes comments and stuff like that. And some of them are good, but she just don't get it. You cannot, it's like these people, it's set in stone with them, and they're almost blind, they just don't, once you've been fully indoctrinated and they've been believing that all their life, it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you said, like he went to farrier school. He
Yep.
apprenticed with a really good, well-known, respected farrier,
Mhm.
and been out doing on his own for a very long time. So yeah, that's what they learned, and that's
Yeah.
what they know. And me as an individual person going, that's not right, is not make them change their mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So I'm gradually feeding him a little bit of Kool-Aid at a time.
Okay.
So,
Good. Yeah, from our hoof cult.
yeah.
Gosh, I mean the ignorance. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Anytime, yeah, they started doing that now. Like, if the ones that are popular don't like somebody else coming up, now they're calling them really vile names, and also saying they're in a cult. Like all the groups are accusing the Phoenix Way group of being a horrible cult now.
Hmm.
Well, guess what? They're all cults.
Yeah.
Okay. They all believe things that are different, because the word cult means sect. But what you find is the established groups that, and the money makers. See, this is what I've seen in religion. All right. Anybody's a cult that believes something different than them, because you could get somebody following you, and they're going to give you their tithe, and so they're going to be taking money away from you. So we're going to defame this group, to be like, everybody's like Jim Jones, and stuff. It's a vile thing, I think. I don't consider anybody, well, hey, Scientology, that's one of the biggest cults there is.
Oh yeah.
Okay, right? Okay, so what is that? What about different people with different beliefs? Hey, Islam, there you go. There's a big cult. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, of the sect of the Nazarene. The word sect means cult. Ever since time began, other people believe different things. Now, if they're harmful, that's probably a bad deal. But the fact of the matter is that humankind likes to look at another group and put a label on them as being automatically bad. See?
Because they don't believe what they believe.
Right.
But the whole question comes down to what is really true.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and it does come down to what's true, but
how do you know what's true? That's the question.
What is truth?
You have your
Who
own
said that?
You have your own truths, but everybody else has their own truths, and they may not be the same truths.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. And maybe in some cases it won't make a difference, but in some cases it's going to be a matter of life and death.
Yeah, well, in some cases it comes down to people just don't have common sense to see
Yeah.
what reality is. So yeah, common sense is a flower does not grow in everybody's garden. That's for sure.
Yeah, and you know what the word common sense originally means?
No,
Horse sense.
horse sense. Oh yeah,
Horse sense and common sense are the same. Okay? Because back when people used to use nothing but horses for everything, you better have horse sense. Okay? Or you're going to wind up dead.
yep.
Right? So that's common sense. See, it was the same exact thing. And then, of course, it branched off into meaning other areas of life, you know. But common sense, it was common because everybody knew about horses. See, you just didn't run up behind a horse and get kicked in the head, you know, or something like that. So,
Yeah.
and agriculture, when you're working around animals, big animals like cattle and horses, you better have some common sense.
Well, even nowadays, equipment, you know, you got to have common sense when
Oh,
you're
heck
using
yeah.
equipment.
Heck yeah. Yeah, like I was a backhoe operator, you know, in a refinery. Digging up asphalt in a refinery. They didn't have any it was Sinclair Refinery in Wyoming. And they were doing I worked for this company that we were replacing all the asphalt, and they didn't have any blueprints for where they'd put any of their pipes underground. Right? So you had to be really careful what you were digging up, because if you ran into a gas pipe or something like that, and at that time they didn't have well, there was no little guy that could come around and say, okay, don't dig here or dig there, because there were pipes everywhere.
Mm.
Old pipes from years ago that weren't in use. I mean, all this stuff. So I had to go in there with the backhoe and take and scrape up with the bucket, you know, the backhoe part on the back. Anyway, scrape up the asphalt very gently and just get the top layers of the asphalt out so that we could relay asphalt. So yeah, you had to have some sense there, you know, or you could blow yourself up to smithereens.
Mm.
But anyway, well, I hope you can get that through to that guy. See, and who come up with that? Who come up with the square toe? That was Gene Ovnick when he did his wild horse research. And he saw that the sides of the toe did not wear as much as the toe, the center of the toe and the quarters. And so he would take a board full of paint and put it on the foot, or he'd paint the foot and then put a board on the bottom. And he noticed that the main bearing points, of course, the horse is not standing up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff. So he would see two dots on the side of the toe and on the heels. So he started calling the sides of the toe the pillars, and he developed a trim where he left the sides of the toe long to bear weight. And then the guys at Equine Podiatry picked that up, and all these different farriers picked it up, and he invented a shoe called the Natural Balance shoe. That's the square-toed shoe. And so that's why they trim and leave the sides of the toe high, because they've been taught it's supposed to bear weight. And
I always wondered too with this when they want to rocker toes and they square toes off. Part of that,
yep,
the foot has shifted so far forward,
yeah,
that the toe is out in front of them, so they just want to chop the toe off. But in reality,
exactly.
they're just making the foot even smaller and smaller.
Yep, yeah, and I did that because I did Gene Ovnick's trim, and then he started teaching the rocker toe, like literally rocker toe, where you're not just rockering back the wall, okay? You're rockering back into the sole to be able to get the foot in the proportions of the 1/3, 2/3 balance. See, because of course he's having you take the heels down to the base of the frog. Okay, which also takes take them back to the base of the frog, which also takes them down which lowers all the horn tubules, putting them at an angle, growing more forward, which then makes the toe shoot out. So then you got to start backing the toe up. Just like what you just said, that is exactly what happens. That's cool. You've seen that too.
Yeah, I mean, just makes sense.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
as that foot shifts forward, then there's more toe out in front of the horse. Well, then the horse can't break over normally because the foot's too far forward.
Yeah.
And then, oh, well, it will just fix that by, chopping the toe off.
Yeah. Long toe, low or low heel, long toe.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. And see, then too, because he saw a sole ridge and didn't know horses had a sole ridge, because this is what he's taught in farriery. Now, this guy, I absolutely love this guy. He is just one of the best people in the hoof care business that I know of and stuff. But he made because of his knowledge, incorrect knowledge in farriery. Then when he studied wild horse feet and he saw certain things, he gave an interpretation to what he was seeing based on his already corrupt knowledge from the farrier industry and vet industry, that first of all, hooves are only concave. And so farriers are always carving out the sole. And so then when he's seen these wild feet and he's seen this sole ridge around the toe, he assumed it was a callus, like we would build up on our skin and stuff. But it wasn't a callus, it was a sole ridge. It was the way the sole's supposed to be. And so then it was, don't trim the toe callus. Well, you're trimming the heels down, but you're not trimming the toe. So what's eventually going to happen? The toe's going to shoot forward, just like what you were saying. Well, then when the toes started getting long and they weren't matching that 1/3, 2/3 balance that he saw these feet having, then it was, well, now we have to take the toe back. See what I'm saying? Because also the heels were in reality moving forward, even though they were always taking them back because the foot was getting bound. So that distance of the 2/3 that's supposed to be your measuring for the toe, like you measure from the apex of the frog to the base of the frog and divide it in half, and then you take that measurement from the apex of the frog forward, that's supposed to be the length of your toe. All of a sudden, that distance is getting shorter and shorter since the heels and frog are moving forward. So then, oh, my toe is too long. So then he had to figure out, well, what am I going to do about that? Well, we'll rocker the toe. So I started rockering toes like severely, and horses were sore all the time after that. But they never tell you that. See, they never tell you that happens. People are not being honest, and this is the truth. The farriers, the barefoot trimmers, this is why farriers don't like to they don't like to trim off a whole lot of foot in a pasture trim, because they know if they do, the horse is going to get sore and then they're not going to, have a client. And so what happens is then they just leave all this foot and your horse's feet get bigger and bigger and bigger, and stuff like that. So how you are taught determines how you're going to interpret what you see on those feet. And so you could interpret it incorrectly, and not realizing that what you're doing back here is affecting the front of the foot and vice versa.
It's all that figuring out what reality is.
Yeah. What's really going on here?
Yeah. I mean,
it
just makes so much. I mean, when I came across you, I was, in a not good place with my horse's feet. And I was just like, there's got to be something better. And then when I found it just popped up on my Facebook feed. I'm just like from nowhere. And,
thank goodness.
when you're ready for the teacher appears. That's what they say.
Oh, is that what
So
they say?
that's what they
funny.
say. When you're ready, that to learn something, you're ready for something new, you know, the universe makes it happen. That teacher is there. You're
That's cool.
in the right place to be. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. It's not the first time this has happened with me, but so, and when I started looking at your stuff, I was just like, this just makes so much sense. I'm like, how can people not see that I mean, like from the very beginning, when I really started watching the videos and stuff, I was like, this just makes so much sense. How can you not look at this and not see that this is the reality?
Well,
So, yeah,
that's great. I never heard that saying before.
really.
No, I
Yeah.
hadn't. And it's like, okay, so you can learn from people in different ways, And so what I got up here is a book from Bracy Clark. Okay. And so I want to read you what he says here in the first part of his book. And this is his second edition. This came out in 1829. His first edition came out in 1809. Now, he graduated in around 1893 from the Royal Veterinary Surgeons College there in London. Well, no, it was opened, I think, in 1993. He graduated like in 1996 or something like that. And so by this time, since 1850 or 1754, Philip Lafosse, a farrier slash vet, came up with the doctrine that horses' heels should be lowered so they have frog pressure. And so this teaching had been around by the time it passed into the French veterinary school that opened in like 1759. And then they took Lafosse's doctrine and ran with it, started teaching that to farriers. The current farriers in France tried to refute it, but of course now we got the elites with their veterinary school backed up by the king. And so this doctrine was pretty much forced into the world through the first veterinary school in France. And then when the second veterinary school, and these were primarily for horses, and the one in England opened up in 1793 was flat out for horses. And so Bracy Clark was one of the first students. And so it was all about horse medicine, primarily, especially their feet. So Bracy Clark graduated as a veterinarian farrier because the first farriers were the veterinarians. And so it was just assumed that if you went to vet school, you were also going to be a farrier, period. I mean, that's how connected that was. It was only later that the vets and the veterinary profession and the farrier profession separated. And the vets got the rest of the horse and the farriers got the feet. But at first, in these vet schools, you were trained as a farrier, period. There was no separation between that. And before there was ever a vet school, there was the farrier in France, which they called the marshals. That the word marshal also meant farrier. How interesting is that? And the farriers were the veterinarians. Okay. So therefore, I'm just coming to this realization, by the way, on this little link here. Okay, how this worked. Therefore, in the vet schools, they trained farriers. And so, again, the first vet school opens in France in like 1759, maybe 56 to 59, somewhere around there. The false doctrine of lowering heels for frog pressure is introduced for the first time in history in 1754. Okay, the vet school of the elites pick it up, start teaching it. Farriers in France refute it, but were unsuccessful. 17, let's see. So if we go from 17, say 56 to 59 to, let's see, 69, 79, 89, 93, let's say 45 years roughly till the next veterinary school in England opens up and it was solely for the horse, and it is run by a man who graduated from the French veterinary school. And so this false doctrine of frog pressure lowering the heels has been moving for about 45 years now. First veterinary school in England is opened, and the person appointed as the head of it is this guy named Sandbell, who is a Frenchman who graduated from the French school, and Bracy Clark is one of the 3 students. They had 3 students. Bracy Clark was one of them. Trained as a farrier. See, when we think of the veterinary field, we don't think of, oh, they're farriers, right? We don't even really associate the two. Okay, but here, that is not the case. These vets were trained as farriers. And so Sandbell dies after 3 years. And when Bracy Clark is graduated, and so then he goes out, to start his business as a farrier veterinarian, which, remember again, the farriers were the veterinarians before the vet schools ever opened up. Now, they're trained in the school, though. They're not like apprenticed. See, the only way you could become one before was you apprenticed. A lot of times it was in the families. Okay. So Bracy Clark graduates at the same time, around the same time, Sandbell gets some disease and dies. And so then the King of England, who is a whack job anyway, okay, crazy King George, okay, he appoints this guy named Edward Coleman, who knows nothing about horses. Okay, he's a doctor, and he was a flaming narcissist. Okay, I've found writings about what a whack job narcissist dung pile this guy really was. He runs that school for 40 years, and he promotes the same doctrines of lowering the heels, plus a lot of other really bad things. Well, in the meanwhile, while Edward Coleman is taking charge and running the school, Bracy Clark's out, in London, starting his business. And in 1809, he writes a book about the foot called Hippodonamia. And well, so it's 20 years later, he does the same book, but another edition. So in 1809, let me see here. I want to read you something here. I need to find his first book because the preface in the first book is solely different than the preface 20 years later in the second book. So he says here in the preface, let me make this larger. Well, you stupid thing. Okay, so I have to get the dates just right for this. But he goes about 7 years ago. Can you see all that there? Can everybody see that? The writing? Do I need to make it bigger? A minute. Okay, just a second. About 7 years ago, whilst pursuing some experiments on the contracted feet of horses. So 7 years ago, so This is 18, let's see. I'm trying to figure out when the exact date of this part would have occurred. Okay, well, let's say 7 years ago. Let's say this is 1829. I don't know the exact date. But anyway, he says about 7 years ago, whilst pursuing some experiments on contracted feet of horses. Now, in tact, we have already proven that when you lower the heels, then the horse wants to stand his foot up where it's supposed to be anyway. And as that whole foot is pulling up, it takes the heel buttresses and it curls them around behind the foot, which contracts the feet. Okay. So he says about 7 years ago, while pursuing experiments on contracted feet of horses, it occurred to me that the causes usually advanced to explain this serious imperfection were not real. You know, I was telling you about these things they think about the anatomy are not true. They're not real. You know, if you don't know the truth and then you go to interpret something on the foot, you're not going to have the right understanding to be able to explain what's going on. So again, by this time, it's 50, 60 years they've been trimming the heels out of horses for frog pressure. So again, he said about 7 years ago, whilst pursuing some experiments on contracted feet of horses, it occurred to me that the causes usually advanced to explain this serious imperfection were not real, not true. In other words, the reason that the farriers were given for why these feet were contracting was not true. Now, why he didn't say not true, I don't know. Probably because he didn't want to say, hey, all these experts are liars. You know, it's not true. If you say it's not true, you're advancing that somebody's a liar. But just like what you said, Kathy, the knowing what's real, you know. So he says, we're not real. And that, in fact, the accidents, carelessness, idle habits, and wanton tricks of the smith, sounds like a mechanic, so much invade against. So a smith, the smith was also a farrier. And it makes me wonder because they had the term farrier back then. Maybe just in England they called them smiths. Or it could be that a smith, who the heck knows? Never mind. Anyway, so much invade against. Invade, I had to look that word up. These guys were scholars. I mean, they were trained in Greek and Latin. That was normal. All right. So the word invade means to write in such a way as to condemn and come against and be very upset with. Okay? So I guess this was written about a lot in the papers at that time about people being cheated and their horses being messed up and all this stuff by the farriers. Not just papers, but different periodicals and books and things like that. Tricks that the smiths would do, because they'd buy horses and then they do different things that were going lame. Then they do different, sometimes they'd even make them lame on purpose. How about that? Just so they could buy an expensive horse for next to nothing. How about that? Because a lot of times the smiths were also horse traders. All right. So he says, just a second here. It says, okay, the accidents, careless, idle habits, wanton tricks of the smith, so much written about, against, had very little concern in its production. In other words, yeah, the people were writing about all this stuff, but they weren't researching and looking into why were these feet so contracted to begin with. So he says the efficient cause, what is the cause of contracted heels, began to appear to me to lie much deeper and to consist in the very method itself by which the shoe was affixed to the foot. Now, he said to establish this opinion, well, what he did, I'll tell you, to establish this opinion, what he did, he had a client who had a young filly. They let that filly run around with no shoes for a long time. And then they started shoeing her according to the prescribed method, and they saw her heels contract and her toe stretch out. So, but for a long time, Bracy Clark thought that the reason heels contracted was due to the nails in the shoe. So he sought to endeavor a means of affixing the shoe to the foot, such as glue or to make a hoof boot or something like that. But the truth was, and he had it right in front of him the whole time, because he was wholly against lowering heels for frog pressure. He came to understand that this was also very destructive and damaging to the foot. Now, I haven't figured out yet if he actually realized that it was the lowering of the heels for frog pressure that contracted the feet. Okay, but that is what was contracting the feet. So he did an experiment, but the thing about it was he also realized he did an experiments where he did not lower heels for frog pressure, and he started seeing immediate improvement in the feet. And so I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I want to show you something at the very end of his preface here. Okay, first of all, he goes on to show he could never figure out why his research didn't go anywhere. Well, the whole time he was trying to advance the understanding of how this frog pressure doctrine was wrong and these horses needed to have heels and stuff like that. Edward Coleman, the narcissist, worked constantly against him to defame him and to slander him and to get people not to listen to his crazy ideas. Okay, because Coleman was always coming up with a patent for shoes. Plus, Coleman, within 9 years, wrote a book that became the 10 Commandments of Farriery, if you get my drift there, written in stone. So, and Coleman sold his book. And Coleman sold his special horseshoes he made that didn't work as well. And so Coleman, having the school, then poisoned the minds of the students and of, the populace against Bracy Clark. And so Bracy's research and the understanding of things just didn't take off like it should have. Well, so he talks about that in here, how he was slandered by Edward Coleman, behind his back, and how they said all these horrible, wicked things about him and stuff. And he says, let me see, find it here. Anyway, he goes on to say things, and now he's going to talk about the one I told you about, Lafosse, Philip Lafosse, who started the frog pressure doctrine in 1754. Okay, and of course, again, when is this? This is 1829, the second edition of this book. And so he's talking about Lafosse, and he's trying to explain how damaging all this is. He says, where is it? He says, or why did not his countrymen understand it before I published it and have practiced shoeing with the motion for the foot long ago? But it was the business of these colleges formerly to depreciate Lafosse. See, it's kind of hard to explain, but the guy that ran the French school did not like Lafosse. And so he adopted Lafosse's doctrine of low heels, but he at the same time also slandered Lafosse. Okay, so nobody listened to him or follow him. Probably because he wanted people to think it was his idea, that the doctrine was his idea, because you see that in these people, the wickedness of the whole hoof care industry and how they have it's all about money and it's all about attention and selling your book and having a patent on your shoe and being the head guy. So he says, but it was the business of these colleges formerly to depreciate Lafosse till I praised him. This is kind of hard to understand. Till I praised him as making the only step that had been made, though a false one. For see, in other words, Lafosse changed things, but for the worse is what he's saying, just the way he's saying it. He says, till I praised him as making the only step that had been made, though a false one, for certain it is that by his false doctrine about frog pressure. Now, you know how when we started, well, earlier today, I was talking about doctrines, how they call these doctrines. Okay, this is a false doctrine. Usually when people think about false doctrine, they think about things in the church and heretics and, burning heretics at the stake and all that. Okay, no. See, you got to understand in law, you get with your lawyers and all that good stuff. Okay, laws are doctrines. See, a doctrine is a law. So Lafosse, for certain it is that by his false law, what is a law? Law is supposed to be a truth. Like we have the natural laws, right? What goes up must come down, the law of gravity. Okay, so by his false doctrine about frog pressure, he did a great deal of harm. And the effects of it are still felt, get this, by thousands of men and horses, both in England and in France at this day. This doctrine was killing horses back then. He realized it, even as we intact realize it is today. So you can go in this book and you can search. See, you can see where I've suffered certain things for sure. Where I have searched out certain things here. Frog pressure. Okay. He talks a lot about frog pressure. Let's see. See, search results will appear. So the one we just read, his Lafosse's false doctrine of frog pressure, where is it here? Right here. He did a great deal of harm, and the effects are still felt by thousands of men and horses in England unto this day. France and England. Here we go. Frog pressure. Frog pressure talks a lot about the frog. Pressure on the frog. Frog, if the pressure at all considerable, it adds heat to the foot. Frog pressure, frog pressure. You see how much he talks about the frog and about frog pressure? All of that. Frog pressure, frog pressure, frog pressure. See, he understood. Okay, this doctrine since 1754. Before that, it was believed horses should have ample heel on the horse's feet. And of course, you can read about that in, let's see, I don't know if I can find it through here, but that would be Henry Hamerling's article on the proper hoof angle, where he talks about the doctrine of heel height or frog pressure, because see, heel height and dorsal wall angle go hand in hand. And so anyway, this might be something you might want to look up. You just go to you go to internetarchive.org, look up Bracy Clark, look up his book Hippodonamia, go and start reading about what he said about frog pressure, about how it was killing men and horses. Why is that? Because horses with contracted heels get navicular, and navicular horses trip and fall. And if you're riding a horse and he trips and throws you, you can die. All right. Or you can be maimed or something like that. And so, come to find out, I found out in this book that the reason they started using what are called check reins or bearing reins on carriage horses, which is a rein that goes in, up, and over their head and down to the bit so they can't put their head down, and they jack their head way up in the air, is so they wouldn't trip. How about that? No, you just torture them. They can't, a horse won't trip as much if you jerk his head up, hold his head up. See, but then you're torturing him in two different ways. Once he can't get, okay, we all know the badness of roqueur, right? Okay, so this is about the same thing. You've just jacked their head way up so they can't put it down, so they won't trip. So now not only are their feet in agony from foot binding and contracted heels, but their head is jacked way up in the air so that their spine and their shoulders and everything are in this excruciating, painful position. And so he flat says in here that these horses were not even living out half of their lifetime existence. See, all these horses were going lame, and so they had to have a constant replenishing amount. So they, of course, they were shoeing these horses the second they could throw a saddle or a bridle or a set of harness on them, you know. So anyway, that might want to be something you want to check out his book. Hard to read, kinda, because we're used to text message information. You know, so he's a broad thinker, you know. Anyway, that might be something people be interested in. Okay. Now, what's funny about this too is that, who mentions him? Oh, all the barefooters and the fairies, they mention Bracy Clark, this and Bracy. The barefooters love to say he was against shoes. No, he wasn't. He was against taking the heels down and doing exactly what you've been taught to do by Jamie Jackson, that fraud. Okay, so anyway, that's about the last thing I'm going to share. And Marilyn, I haven't been asking you how Dolly's doing.
She's doing good.
Okay.
And I've now been inspired to try my Prox on now that it's warm enough that my glasses won't fog up with the mask.
Okay.
I tried it once in the winter and you can't do much when you can't see.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you could always put cat crap on them.
What?
What? Oh, here, I'll show you. Let's see. Here, see that? Cat crap anti-fog lenser.
You know what? I've got some anti-fog stuff. I never remembered that. It's not that brand. It's the stuff I got from my eye doctor, but
yeah,
I forgot I had it.
Yeah, that'd work.
But now I don't need it anyway.
Yeah, hey, well, that works.
Because now it's warm.
Okay, that was funny. What? Okay, ladies. Well, it's been a really great day talking with you today. And I will be taking pictures of Valor's feet so you can see how much his frogs are moving back. And I'll be showing that next week. Okay. Hey, well, everybody have a great day. And we will be talking to you next week, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay,
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
These